Willkommen and welcome everyone. This symposium will take place in English, just that you know. I am really glad to open this grand finale of a very special series which happened at the Wiener Festwochen, which is called Revolutionary Love. We had many programs already during this intense 5 weeks program, from RF terrorists to Adania Shibli, Eva Menace, Total Refusal. Many social movements joined us. And the idea of our 2 days symposium, which is just starting, is to actually reconceptualize the meaning of revolutionary love. Around 2,500 years ago, 7 friends gathered in ancient Athens at a house. Socrates was one of them, and some others were there as well. And during the whole night, they discussed the topic of love. That's how the very term symposium came around. 2,500 years later, not in Athens, but in Vienna, we are 8 of us. I'm one of them. 8 speakers are gathering, plus a choir tomorrow, to speak and think and feel as well on the topic of not simply love, but revolutionary love. If you're still perplexed, what does that mean? As you could have seen, you can also check out some books by the speakers, but also some other speakers, which are all connected to these topics in one way or the other. But I also invite you to follow, well, if you have time, all the exciting lectures which will happen today and tomorrow. It's the first time that all of these speakers, I knew some of them knew each other, and so on, but it's the first time that we are all gathering at this place to discuss this particular topic. Some of the speakers have been experts on love in one way or the other, theoretically, practically, I don't know, but that's something to discuss maybe. Some of them haven't dealt with the topic of love, which perhaps makes it even more interesting to hear, for instance, from David Wengrow, who is already today with us, a famous archaeologist who wrote The Dawn of Everything with David Graeber, to speak on the topic of love, or some others also who haven't necessarily dealt with this topic directly. So today, I also encourage you to take this little booklet outside. It's for free, and inside you have the full program of the next 2 days. Today we will have 4 lectures, and after each lecture I invite you kindly to join a Q&A and pose the questions to the speakers. The first lecture will be by Ece Kurt, the second one by Nikolai Schulz, the third one by Ece Temelkuran, and the fourth one by myself. You can check it out here. Tomorrow we are again starting at 4 o'clock, first with Oksana Timofeeva, then with James Bridle, then with David Wengrow, and then a conversation with Eva Iluz. And last but not least, Hor 29. Novembra, the choir of the 29th of November will perform specially for us songs connected to love and revolution. Of course, you can also join us later at the Funk House, where there will be some parties and maybe some practical love, who knows. So, our first speaker, I'm really glad to present her. I guess many of you here in the German-speaking world know about her. Her name is Ece Kurt. She's a German journalist and author who wrote several books. 2 of them are kind of directly connected to this topic. The first one is Radical Tenderness, Why Love is Political. And the second one, which was also just recently published, I think by Verso in English, is called Hate, the Uses of a Powerful Emotion. Originally, when we discussed her lecture today, she suggested the title, which you can find in the booklet, Politics of Radical Tenderness. But a few weeks ago, she contacted us saying that she has something slightly different under the title, How to Love with a Broken Heart and How to Fight for the Heartbroken. So please, a big applause. I invite Ece to the stage.
Hallo, Servus, Wien. Yeah, so the presentation is coming in right now. There it is. Yeah, thank you so much for the invitation, Stajko, and for the introduction. And you're totally right. Yeah, I changed the title and the topic of the lecture a few weeks ago, and now I will tell you why. Over the past few weeks, as I contemplated preparing this lecture, I felt a profound inertia, discomfort, almost a sense of guilt. And I tried to pinpoint these emotions, and I followed my heartbeat and realized that it often beats beside me, outside the words I am writing and in the places where our worlds are truly collapsing. And I wonder what there is to say about love when everything bears witness to destruction. What times are these when a conversation about trees is almost a crime because it implies silence about so many atrocities? You've likely come across this poem or this part of a poem before, written by the communist dramaturg Bertolt Brecht. It's titled An die Nachgeborenen, to those born after, and it's no coincidence that this poem has kind of regained relevance or popularity also in the recent times because it carries a timeless tragedy that quietly reverberates through history. Brecht's writing is known for its unflinching honesty, a language stripped of comfort, sharp and clear, to the point of harshness. What times are these when a conversation about love is almost a crime because it implies silence about so many atrocities, about how European states are doing each other and outdoing each other in redrawing borders, dismantling social welfare, carrying out deportations, and eroding personal rights, in short, their drift toward fascism, about the Israeli genocide and ethnic cleansing in Gaza and Palestine on the live stream, with most of the Western countries complicit. A German chancellor who just a few days ago said that Israel was doing the West's dirty work, die Drecksarbeit, in Iran, while children and women are being bombed. The very same people who just a few years ago were being celebrated in the West as courageous freedom fighters of the women life freedom movement. While the original creators of that very slogan, Jinjian Azadi, Kurdish women and revolutionaries are not only being executed in Iran, but also bombed by NATO partner Turkey. About the hope for a peaceful, liberated, feminist life in Kurdistan, like the one envisioned in the Rojava revolution that inspired leftists around the world for years, seems to be fading before our eyes, day by day. Just as it is in Congo, Sudan, Tamil Elam, and so many other places. About how, meanwhile, we watch as the climate catastrophe intensifies, fueled by the ongoing colonial plunder of land and resources across all the continents. About the war on the people on the move, the countless murders at the Mediterranean. About the anti-feminist backlash and the attacks on trans lives everywhere, and so much more. And amid all this, the failure of anti-colonial, socialist, and feminist movements to stop the tide, and even worse, their inability to offer any vision of a future that amounts to more than simply dusting off the remaining ruins. So much devastation. So much desolation. So we've long passed the point where we must think and philosophize from the perspective of vulnerability, as like feminists were underlining in the last years, as well as me. Even when we speak of love, or especially when we speak of love, rather we have to think as incurably wounded, as broken ones surrounded by legions of the ghosts of the dead, who testify that not every suffering gives birth to meaning, but sometimes memory without redemption. We are heartbroken, not because the cumulative losses of our lives and others give sense to some overall order, writes sociologist Gargi Bhattacharya in their essay, We the Heartbroken, quote, "We are heartbroken because it is all so meaningless." In my community, there are many stories of broken hearts, and rarely can one distinguish the origin of the breaking. Was it politics or was it love? About the great Kurdish musician Ahmet Kaya, for example, who wrote some of the most heart-wrenching love songs, it is said he did not die of a heart attack, but of a broken heart. Forced to flee Turkey, he lived in exile in Paris, where that broken heart gave out at last. So he died as a leftist, as a Kurd, as a lover, as a persecuted man, as one who had been defeated. In the mode of the broken heart, what preoccupies me as a writer or philosopher today comes together: failure. The history of the fight for love, of socialist or feminist revolutions, is a history of victories and transformations, of course, but just as much and perhaps even more so, it is a history defined by failure. So too is the history of romantic love. Both are stories of broken hearts. What breaks a heart? Betrayal, loss, disappointment, unanswered longing, and forsaken hopes. The idea of a socialist revolution, which I grew up with, bears traits of romantic love. Both are promises of salvation, nourished by singularity, kind of also of pathos, and the longing for the radically other. One believed in the individual testimony as in a miracle, celebrated in events, in rituals, hoped for a moment of pure transfiguration, radiant and real beyond doubt. But a revolutionary experience of this kind is denied to most revolutionaries of my generation. And we despair over the absence of this one dazzling, mystical experience in the revolution as well as in romantic love. So maybe yes, it's more than time to let go, both. But then, what will be left? Will there anything be left than the heartbreak? To be honest, there is also another story of how I came to the topic of today's lecture. So a few months ago, I met someone, and it felt like the beginning of a film romance. So the setting was somewhere in Southern Europe. There was golden sunlight and plates full of seafood, sweat on our skin, and long conversations and even longer kisses. So he was an artist, like urban, cosmopolitan, effortlessly charming, mostly preoccupied with himself, and someone who had read Rebecca Solnit, but never Marx, and demonstrations, never been. So you know the type I'm talking about. I dumped him later, but for that moment it was okay. So a few days after we met, to continue the story, he said perhaps, or he didn't say, he wrote it on WhatsApp. He said or wrote, perhaps just to impress me or because I had told him that I could never imagine sharing my life with someone who doesn't understand my political struggles. And he took that maybe as a sort of reproach or as an invitation. He said he wanted to become more political. And that gave me a fright. So a few years ago, I would have patted myself on the back and be like, congratulated myself on successful agitation. But I couldn't, and I didn't advise him against it, obviously, against becoming more political. I was just like, so yeah, that will mean you will constantly suffer from a broken heart. And later I realized I can't and I don't want to impose the broken heart on this person. I don't want to be the reason for it. Because for me, it has reached a level of pain that I can hardly bear. So, whether betrayal, loss, or failure, The heart breaks in many ways, and often also the boundaries between the intimate and the political blur. And that reminds us that personal vulnerability and structural violence are interdependent, of course. And from this arise questions, especially for thinking about love. How do we think and live with the unsolubility of these breaks? And how can a political and ethical practice emerge from the experience of failure that means neither illusion nor resignation? Yeah, we have gathered here today to bury romantic love, divorce rates, separation rates, the age of situationships. All this testifies to its demise. Rest in peace, romantic love. Rest in peace, liberalism. Neither has survived the last 2 years. And I would argue that for many leftists, probably also in this room, it's harder to accept the idea of letting go romantic love than to bury liberalism. Because many leftists, as I observed, respond to the despair of the present, to alienation and isolation, with a nostalgic glorification of romantic love and also of suffering. I like to call this the romantic watermark of the left. It's often said that the broken heart is a part of romantic love, as it is of a revolutionary struggle, that it makes us feel alive and passionate, it awakens vital primal forces. Who loves must suffer, be willing to take risks. And the individual points may hold some truth, but the overall meaning of these claims is a careless oversimplification that I cannot accept. Because instead of viewing the break as an opportunity for radical redefinition, this narrative remains trapped in a circular mythology that prevents transformation. In doing so, it also paves the way for physical and emotional abuse, which is trivialized as a necessary evil, or even as a legitimate sacrifice of a passionate love, a dangerous myth that conceals and reproduces violence. And in this, progressive voices often align with the reactionary spirit of the times, because it is, of course, only half the truth to say that romantic love is dead, so you can breathe a sigh of relief. We also live in the age of the comeback of romance, of trad wives and conservative influencers with thousands of followers who promote a lemon cake aesthetic alongside traditional images of gender, family, and romantic love. And at its core, romance functions also as an undead presence, refusing to perish, haunting the margins of cultural consciousness, one that asserts itself especially when everything else is collapsing, when people long for a refuge in times of crisis, for the harmony of a familiar home, and it often arrives wrapped in nostalgia. And closely to what I have called the romantic watermark of the left is the notion of this left nostalgia or left melancholy, a term that has also gained traction in recent years as a way of describing the emotional landscape of the left in the post-Cold War era, a time in which it seemed easier, or still seems easier, to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. This melancholy reflects a particular condition of the left, the burden of envisioning a future, a classless society, for example, that never quite materialized. It is a form of mourning for unrealized possibilities, for futures that were imagined but never came to be, as the German Marxist philosopher Bini Adamczak puts it. A leftist mourning shaped not least by the historical trauma of Stalinism, which shattered hopes for a truly emancipatory socialist horizon. Adamczak writes, "How then can one mourn something that cannot be remembered, something that never was, if not through a dream of what could have become true? mourning and dreaming, of which the first does not occur with the second not no longer without the first. But it seems to be a mourning process without conclusion, because the object of mourning is a ghost, never really existence, always only as a shadow of a possibility. A similar dynamic can be found in romantic love too. It too produces a specific kind of grief, and by the way, along with it, an entire industry offering solutions to comfort the grieving, from movies to ice cream. It produces the grief over a promise that, by its very nature, cannot be fulfilled. It promises the completion of the self and the other, an unconditional, timeless merging that transcends everyday life and pushes all other forms of relationship into the background. It offers exclusivity as security, monogamy as a moral ideal, and being someone's untouchable first priority, as proof of true affection. And not least, it promises this: the final healing of all broken hearts. Yeah, romantic, isn't it? It just briefly sounded that like Slavoj Žižek giving a TED talk about sex and the city. The crucial point is that the promise at stake here is not only unattainable, but at least from my perspective, deeply questionable, and in many respects not even desirable. For it is a promise that often comes at the cost of self-erasure, total emotional dependence, and illusion, and is sustained by the structural violence of patriarchy. For example, Marxist feminists have long pointed this out. Romantic love, as it is historically constituted, is inseparable from the unequal distribution of domestic and care work, the very forms of labor that sustain the reproduction of labor power and thus uphold the conditions of capitalist production. And even for supposedly progressive heterosexual couples, this often means he writes the manifesto and she writes the grocery list. Precisely for that reason, some might object, so it is capitalism, they will say, that corrupts romantic love, transforming it into a commodity subject to market logics. And thus, in this narrative, the promise of salvation between man and woman takes on the character of a sacred idea, tainted by capitalism, but imagined to be redeemable under post-capitalism. That's true for sure, or can be true. And it is at the same time false. As materialists, we can agree that no idea can be thought of independently of its practice, and no word separately from its meaning. So the practice and meaning of romantic love could change under, let's say, communism, under different social conditions. That's true, but also history tells a different story. At this point, it's worth looking at the writings and work of Alexandra Kollontai, a Soviet revolutionary, and the first woman to hold a ministerial post after the Bolshevik victory in 1917. And in that role, she was the driving force in passing progressive laws on divorce, maternity protection, the equal treatment of children regardless of their parents' marital status, in short, the legal equality of the sexes. And Kollontai understood gender relations and motherhood not as private matters, but as central political questions. So she advocated for collective care, for communal households, for a fundamental reorganization of domestic life, and for an end to the biologically anchored nuclear family in which women were reduced to caregiving and reproduction. She wrote, "Among the many and significant tasks facing the working class, without doubt, one of them is to create healthier and more joyful relations between the sexes." But her reforms met resistance, and her achievements were soon undone by the Stalinist backlash. This history shows The assumption that romantic love, and with it the traditional family model, would necessarily take an emancipatory turn into revolutionary or socialist context is a misconception, because political reform was required in the first place to even begin such a cultural shift. So in other words, there is no guarantee that cultural and social life will automatically become emancipatory or just because the modes of production change. And B, even those reforms remained fragile to the very end and could be reversed at any time under authoritarian conditions, only then to be seamlessly reintegrated into reactionary politics of family, militarism, nation. So let me make a claim. There's no convincing example in the history of romantic love or the heterosexual nuclear family being genuinely integrated into a revolutionary, emancipatory movement in a way that it truly mobilized a multitude or paved the way for pluralistic, solidaristic, non-hierarchical forms of relating. And even today, in leftist context, romantic love remains too often a vehicle for patriarchal power, a space for possessiveness, emotional exploitation, and inequality. And progressive voices who engage in this kind of apologetics, hard word to pronounce, of romance share something with conservative tradwife ideologies. They both cling to a narrative that obscures also a fundamental truth, that romantic relationships are not only where hearts are broken, but where many lives are shattered, and sometimes even ended. In Europe, a woman is killed by her partner or ex-partner roughly every 2 days. In her manifesto, Abolish the Family, writer Sophie Lewis shares a reaction I've encountered many times myself when raising the question of whether we might dismantle, abolish the nuclear family. So people respond with sheer horror, truly as if one had suggested that all our children should be raised by Slavoj Žižek, and they scream, "But I love my family, so don't take it away from me." Loving our family, our partners also, I also have partners, doesn't have to mean loving them only within the existing norms and institutionalized relationship forms that prevent at the end all of our liberation, as well as theirs. And if you love your family, then you're very lucky, but many people are not. Most of the violence children experience takes place within biological families. Many people never even get the chance to love their families they have never chosen in the first place, because that's where their first heartbreak happened, a wound that may never fully recover from. And if they do, then only after 20 years of therapy, not because of their parents, but despite them. People struggle to imagine a world without the biological family or the romantic relationship, because for them, these spheres are synonymous with care. And according to the logic of our current conditions, they're not even wrong. It is at root the name we use for the fact that care is privatized in our society. Sophie Lewis writes, and later, it is not our collective desire for care that I'm criticizing. It is the insufficiency of the vehicle we have at our disposal for that desire's realization. So the problem maybe goes deeper. And this is my real thesis, or one of many theses in this lecture. Perhaps romantic love cannot even be conceived outside of patriarchal capitalism, because it has always been an integral part of it, and never contained an emancipatory, you know what I mean, potential to begin with. From the very beginning, it has promised salvation and care in the private sphere, while simultaneously reproducing social power relations. So romantic love keeps us in line, all while pretending to set us free. I mean, we all know it, like the dramas. It keeps us busy with never-ending personal dramas, while the world around us burns. I just brought some of my favorite memes, Instagram memes today. Eva Illouz, who's speaking tomorrow, might disagree, because in her analysis, romantic love also appears as a historical rupture, a rebellion against feudal structures, for example, in early capitalism, against also the power of the father. Two lovers who defy class and origin out of pure affection. We all know these stories, and I actually also know them from Turkish movies or from village conversations of my family in Kurdistan, where there's always that visionary one cousin, naturally called a whore by everyone, who tells the family to fuck off and runs away with her lover. And I always admired them. There are a lot of cousins doing that. And of course, also queer romance and desire remain, especially in these times of conservative backlash, a powerful fuck off that is just as impactful and important. But even if that's true, so let's say romantic love really does inspire individual acts of rebellion, and of course it does. How does it change really like the conditions, for example, my cousin left behind? And doesn't it change, or doesn't she then just move from one dependency, her family's, to another, to her partner's dependency, one who will surely also disappoint her and break her heart? So where's romantic love the engine really of liberation, in the sense of a good life for all, for the working class, the global precariat, who are predominantly women and queers, when their precarity remains, whether in their families or romantic relationships? So what comes after the romantic promise? Or is it time to finally let go of the romantic promise with all its cyclical, predictable disappointments? Oh, I have another meme, which is great. I think it really fits to that point. That's also me. Yeah. So the question is, how many broken hearts can we afford? And this does not mean I believe in the avoidance of broken hearts, nor in their total healing, nor that grief is not an inevitable part of revolutionary work and revolutionary imagination. There is no dream of other tomorrows without some heartbreak today, writes Bhattacharya in their book We the Heartbroken. Quote, "We must travel with our sadness, because every dream of a new world requires us to understand we have been broken by the old." And without the ability to acknowledge the broken heart, without the pain over the violence that has taken root in our world beyond any justification, without the hopelessness, the loss, the defeat, and to see all this pain also in one another, how else can we affirm that we need a different world, that we need a different kind of love? So perhaps now it is time to introduce a different definition of love, one I call radical tenderness in my first book, and a definition that the Black socialist feminist Bell Hooks describes in her book All About Love, not as an emotional seizure, but as a deliberate choice to act, the will to challenge power structures and to witness another person's growth, emotionally, intellectually, and spiritually. And Sophie Lewis, author of Abolish the Family, writes, "To love a person is to struggle for their autonomy as well as for their immersion in care, and so far such abundance is possible in a world choked by capital." And the Soviet revolutionary Alexandra Kollontai says, "Love is a psychic emotion of a connective and therefore organizing character." So this is the core of radical tenderness, or of love as I want to understand it, as a choice and not as a force of nature. Wherever there is love, wherever there is radical tenderness, there must be an organizing character, as Alexandra Kollontai said, in the sense of connecting, structuring, creating, and defending a shared basis. for life. So the task is to establish these practices of tenderness in the in-between spaces that remain to us, while simultaneously recognizing that love only exists in one condition, a condition that always points beyond our present moment, justice and liberation for all. And yes, it is true, the practice of radical love or tenderness increases the likelihood of broken hearts. But I'm not speaking here in the sense of some romantic glorification that can't imagine love without suffering, nor am I referring to this ridiculous, individualistic arrogance of our time, which sees the end of the world in every failed situationship. No, it's also not just because the suffering of those we love inevitably comes closer to us, not just because their loss hurts all the more, but, and this is the crucial point, because the practice of love, as also Bell Hooks repeatedly emphasized in her writings, requires the gathering and expansion of knowledge. Love, in this sense, is not merely a matter of affect and desire. It is also a matter of analysis, of standpoint, of a decision to act, and not least of knowledge about the conditions of violence and life, knowledge that allows us to relate to one another and win with one another. So whether in revolutionary struggles or in the practice of the commons where shared resources and collective effort resist privatization around the world, people experiment with solidarity and equality. They bring together alternative knowledge about themselves, others, and the world, seeing themselves as a part of a shared history and present. Socialist, anti-colonial feminists emphasize that all revolutionary spaces and movements of resistance against capitalism are also rooted in this very knowledge and experience gained through reproductive labor, especially collectively gained by women and queer people. But it is also precisely this knowledge that breaks our hearts. We are the heartbroken, or we are broken-hearted, not because of loss, but also because of knowledge, as Bhattacharya puts it. To love, to truly love, is to seek knowledge. To love is to begin asking questions. And to those who know and ask, this world will break their hearts. That I promise you, as I did to my Portuguese Romans. At the same time, the broken heart becomes embodied knowledge, something that reaches beyond mere feeling to a new class consciousness, as described by Bhattacharya. This new class consciousness allows space for the intensity of emotions while simultaneously holding a will to liberation. It opens up new ways for the heartbroken of this world to recognize each other, not just in their pain, but in their shared entanglement with the systems that bind them. In that recognition lies the potential for collective refusal. Yet this very consciousness reminds us daily, as I said, we do not fight and philosophize only for a world we may have lost, but for one we will likely never see. What a tragedy. We are heartbroken because we desire and in time realize there is no going back and the future is uncertain and very frightening. But still, there is a vast difference between a leftist glorification of wounding and a revolutionary practice of mourning, especially since the former blinds us to the fact that the world we mourn can be and must be already in the process of becoming, here and now, in the simultaneity and in the in-between. Yet from this, new questions do emerge, of course. How do we endure the broken heart in the meantime? How do we survive while the world keeps breaking us further? This is the fundamental question before all others, I might say. How do we bear ourselves long before we turn to the hearts of others? The historian Hannah Proctor, in her book Burnout, introduces the concept of anti-adaptive healing, describing the tension between individual healing and the social conditions that surround it. Above all, she is trying to find a form of healing that does not come at the cost of political consciousness or resistance. Proctor argues that attempting to heal psychological wounds within a harmful social reality without affirming its underlying structures is inherently contradictory, but nonetheless crucial. She also recognizes that the very struggle to transform this reality can itself cause psychological harm. In her book, she draws on philosopher Walter Benjamin, who described the mindset of his friend Bertolt Brecht. Like Proctor is, it's complicated. Proctor is talking about Walter Benjamin, and Walter Benjamin says about his friend Bertolt Brecht, whom we encountered right at the beginning of this lecture. In exactly this vein, as a broken-hearted, carrying a total absence of illusion about the age, and at the same time an unlimited commitment to it. And this is a consciousness that, faced also with internal contradictions, emotional exhaustion, and simultaneous clarity of thought, clings to what remains, the in-between. And from this in-between, it continually imagines a future through collective strength. So this is revolutionary heartbrokenness, the simultaneity of politics and practices that arise from wounds and broken hearts, while at the same time fighting for a world and a practice of love that does not break us. And I want to propose another thesis today that owes as much to the pathos of history as to its critique of this pathos. It is the class of the wounded, the disappointed, the inwardly broken, the class of the heartbroken, those whose subjectivity has shattered against the contradictions of the world, that can or must occupy a special epistemic and ethical position. It is precisely their brokenness, their no longer functioning within the framework of the existing order, that makes them receptive to the not yet being. In the fracture of their existence, in the gap between experience and expectation, a space of possibility opens, a place where not only suffering occurs, but also where what it means to live can be newly imagined. Not as a mere return to a whole or healed state that maybe never existed, but as a tentative, resistant practice. For a broken heart is never whole and will never be. It is fragmented and unidentical with itself. It embodies despair, a loss of control and meaning, and there is so much more into these contradictions. So the loss of simplicity alongside a loss of complexity. One no longer belongs anywhere, yet is left with nothing but the roles of mourner and mourned. As Bhattacharya writes, grief can uncover all of that, the extent to which we are not and can never be in command of our own selves. It means being cast back onto oneself while simultaneously losing oneself, and in that tension, needing others. So this identification, the experience of difference from oneself, is simultaneously the very foundation of all relationships. Like, there can be no tenderness without this identification, and difference without the ability to recognize the distinction between self and other, between one's own feelings and those of another. This requires the dismantling of the myth of wholeness, often romanticized as a narrative of salvation in depictions of romantic love. Such myths overlook a crucial truth. The other is not here to save me. If liberation is possible at all, it can only happen through mutuality. Also a hard word. How do you pronounce it? Mutuality, yes, thank you very much. Mutuality. Why mutuality? Why we remain inevitably broken. I began this lecture with a question inspired by Bertolt Brecht's poem An die Nachgeborenen. What times are these when a conversation about love is almost a crime because it implies silence about so many atrocities? So the unease around speaking of love in this very moment remains a silent constant, much like the heartbrokenness. It does not merely throb within the private sphere, but quietly permeates the political with urgent insistence, simultaneously undermining these very boundaries. Perhaps therein lies a paradoxical insight. There is no right moment to speak of feelings, of love. There is no revolutionary sanctioned time when reflection on love, desire, or gender relations suddenly become legitimate. Isn't it precisely this idea that a left shaped by patriarchy has defended for decades? The notion that economic conditions must be changed first, and that feelings, intimacy, and interpersonal relations appear only as reflections of the material, but never to be taken too seriously. These seemingly marginal arenas are, in truth, condensed spaces of the political, of course. Relationships, affects, intimacies, they are not like decorative backdrops of history, but contested territories where power materializes just as much as resistance. So how unforgivable it is, Alexandra Kollontai asserts after the Bolshevik Revolution, that socialists refused to engage with what shakens even the foundations of the proletariat itself, a burning and urgent question of life, she writes. As if the relations between the sexes and the development of a moral code to regulate these relations had not proven themselves throughout human history as one of the enduring moments of social classes. It's a very long sentence she wrote. As if the relations between the sexes and certain social groups had not decisively influenced the outcome of the struggle of emancipating social classes. So the sexual crisis, Kollontai insists, cannot be resolved without a fundamental reform of the human psyche and without enhancing the human capacity to love. But for her, it's not simply a question of loving more or less. I mean, we all know these slogans like more love and love here and love there. For her, it's a question of fundamentally, of loving differently, fundamentally differently. She writes, the complexity of love in and of itself does not contradict the interests of the proletariat. And in her first letter to the working youth, she writes, on the contrary, it facilitates the victory of that ideal of love in relationships between man and woman, which is already taking shape and crystallizing within the working class, namely love as comradeship. And to the objection that such politicization or ideological framing of love burdens or weights it down, regret still voiced in every Me Too debate, like that feminism destroys the game of love, like the lightness of flirting and the erotic mystery at the core of sexual romantic encounters. Kollontai gave a very clear response already in the early 20th century. She writes, when in a love relationship, the blind, demanding, all-consuming passion cools down, when the feeling of possession and the selfish desire to bind the loved person to oneself forever dies away, when the man's complacency and the woman's criminal renunciation of her own self disappear, then other valuable moments arise in love. the respect for the other's personality, and the ability to consider the rights of others increase. Mutual spiritual sensitivity develops, and the desire grows to express love not only in kisses and embraces and hugs, but also in shared action, in unity of will, and in joint creative activity. And here we come to what I find the most exciting third in Kollontais' reflection, a thesis they already kind of shaped before. She says it is the working class, the class of the heartbroken, that she sees as uniquely able to establish new forms of relationships. Because it is this class and no other that despite all misery, despite the horror of its living conditions, manages to carve out a path as a living being. The proletariat lives always in a process of passive adaptation to the material conditions of life, because it must, and at the same time it is engaged in active resistance against the existing reality and its immediate life circumstances. Thus, by virtue of its place in the social class structure, the working class occupies a unique position. It alone possesses the knowledge of what it means, both to adapt in order to survive and to revolt in order to create life and future. So in essence, Kollontais sketches here the outline what historian Hannah Proctor, later in her book Burnout, calls the theory of anti-adaptive healing. I already introduced, like a strategic adaptation in the name of survival, coupled with an uncompromising commitment to knowledge and a resistant present and future. So that today's global working class, that is mainly female, queer, non-white, is developing new effective politics, then is no longer a matter of chance, choice, or timing. It is a historical necessity. So if not us, then who? If not we, the heartbroken, then who? The subordination embedded in romantic love and marriage must also be overcome, this Kollontai already understood, because it contravenes the class interests of workers. These are chains that divide them from revolutionary class solidarity and isolate them in family cells. So not without reason has a Kurdish liberation movement, for example, one intimately familiar with defeat and failure, only survived because it placed the question of gender liberation and the establishment of new forms of relationships between people and nature at the center of its struggle. So now looking at the time, it has taken me nearly an hour to arrive at what I actually wanted to say. It is not romantic love that will save us, but of course, political friendship, comradeship, a form of friendship that withdraws from the immediacy of romantic and sexual desire, that is not organized around exclusivity, but around shared practices of care, critique, and resistance. A friendship that relocates solidarity beyond the private couple, beyond the nuclear family, right into the world. So that could also mean, for example, just a little experiment for the rest of the Wiener Festwochen. So let us bring maybe the broken heart back into the world and also back into friendship. So let us make friendship, for example, a space for effect, for demands, for anti-adaptive healing, for confrontation. Let us begin with an exercise proposed by Marxist queer philosopher Bini Adamczak. Let us do in friendships what is usually only allowed in romantic relationships of broken hearts, like sulk, demand too much, be offended, make a scene. So I believe it could be funny. But back to being serious. So the kind of love we need is not re-enchantment. It is a practice of realignment in the meantime, the space where struggle is reorganized. And then our practices of love and revolution will once again share something good, but no longer the expectation that there are like eruptive, radiant events that suddenly disrupt everyday life, but a practice of endurance, a political form of perseverance, and thus another kind of revolutionary realism, love as revolutionary realism, one that never conceals the atrocities we have to speak of. So as Bertolt Brecht urged, we must, now closing the loop with him, we must think untimely, experimentally, practical, and always with an orientation toward action. And above all, we must love untimely, beyond norms, beyond romantic ideology, beyond what seems permissible. And with that spirit in mind, I wish you much untimely courage and tenderness in the days ahead. Thank you for listening and for laughing at my memes. And thank you to all people who inspired me. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Shada, for your inspiring lecture and for breaking the ice for this symposium. We are a bit behind our schedule, but don't worry, we'll be here until the evening. But we'll keep this Q&A short. I suggest we first take a few questions and then you answer it instead of question by question. If you have, sorry.
Yeah, great. Yeah, let's do it.
If you have a question, please raise your hand and the mic will reach you. If you don't have a question, come up with a question. Otherwise, I will ask the questions, but I have the opportunity anyhow. So please, if someone has a question or short comment.
Which one was your favorite meme?
They're still a bit shy, I think.
Austrian people, yeah. What did you say? Was there a voice? Okay, whatever, yeah.
Yes, can you please just wait for the mic? No, please wait for the mic, because we also have a live stream, and then it will not be on the live stream if you ask the question. Please, that are the rules. People in Austria love rules, as far as I know, so please follow the rules, guys.
I didn't see your tattoo above your knees close enough. Is this a broken heart?
Yeah, no.
A loving heart?
Yeah, I think I don't want to talk about my tattoos now, but if you have a question about the lecture, okay.
Just to feel the break.
Thanks. It was a good attempt. I see a question there, right? No? Third row, someone raised a hand and forgot about it. Anyone else? If there is no one else, I have a... Okay. Thanks for stopping me.
One thing I was wondering about is, like, I can take much away from you as a young person, but I'm thinking about also my parents and my grandparents who are married and like living together in like the nuclear household, like how all of the things you say connect to like older generations, which are like already very in this nuclear family model.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, like when we talk about family abolition, it's not something that I expect to be happen like now or in 10 or 20 or 30 years. So it would not affect your parents or mine either. But relating, for example, to my mom, like there's sometimes these questions also at my reading. So what these all things you're talking about, also about like Marxist feminist theories on the unequal distribution of labor, for example. So how do I talk about that with my mom? So what does why she should be interested. And I'm always like, go home and ask your mom who's like doing the work at home, like who's like doing the dirty work at home. And I think that always a good basis for people to talk about like feminist socialist ideas, like just clinging to their everyday life and what they are experiencing. And then you will, like, I think every woman, not every, but every woman I know in the generation of my mom will say, like, I'm really fucking done with doing the work at home. So why am I like kind of a... So I think that's a good place to start the conversation. And everything what comes after that is at the end a dialogue and not a monologue like we can impose on them. They should be somehow also integrated in that process, maybe in abolishing the family. And maybe they don't want to and they will never be. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, kind of.
There was, for those who didn't see, a wave with a hand. But you'll have an opportunity, hopefully, to get deeper into that discussion. Is there any other question? Yes, please. The mic is coming. So we will take 2 more questions, and then we will have to go to the next speaker. Yeah, you can go first, and you can go second. And first we take the questions, and then we go to the answers.
Just based on what you just said, you know, there are many women who actually want to be homemakers. So what do you say to them?
I mean, what should I do say to them? Of course, if they want to do it, it's good, but it's just important to have a choice, right? And not to be forced to do it, and not to be forced to do labor because, you know, if I don't do it, like everything is collapsing. I think that's a truly different question. Like, that's also a question, like for the generation of my mom, it was always like, I was so dependent to my husband. So the most important thing for me is that my daughters go to universities and have a job and a life on their own. But like also Marxist feminists say, hey, okay, then you're not dependent on your husband, but you're still dependent in a system where your boss is 90% a man. And so like the system of dependency is still existent, and that's at the end something we must criticize. And so like not from one dependency to another, but how can we abolish a system that puts people in dependencies and not give them the chance to make their own choices. So if one has the luxury to say, hey, I'm totally fine being at home and do the work, and that doesn't mean that I'm exploited by my partner, that it doesn't mean that I don't have any money, that if we have a divorce, that I'm not standing there with nothing, because that's like the reality for most women, that we're just doing labor work at home, that one time when they are left by their husbands, for example, they are there with nothing. So you can do it, but for most of the women, it's really a question of existence, if they can do it or not. So, yeah.
Thank you. And we'll go to the last question. You have the mic already. Thanks.
Hi, I really liked your lecture. Thank you. Because you made very clear that love may not be that what we think it is, and that what we think love is an ideology we are invited to embrace in everyday life. And media shows us to do that and how to do that. But in the end, we all end up with those broken hearts we all know and can feel. And I just wanted to thank you to encourage us all to start to think and act from our broken hearts, and to connect by talking about our vulnerability and our fragility and our pain. And I find it very, very important to create spaces where we can do this and develop a collective practice of mourning and loving in a different way. And yeah, I thought, if I don't have a question, because like I agree so deeply on your thinking, and yeah, I maybe want to encourage everybody to let those words go into your hearts and start there. And if you don't feel the pain, something is wrong, and it's the system that makes you not feel what we could have.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Can we move the computer or shut it down?
Oh yeah, can I have the mic?
Yes. So this is not a break. We are in Austria, we follow the rules, not a break. Anyhow, so we will have a short break after the next lectures. Thanks for staying. If you're having a break, we will make a list of all the people who are exiting out. Yeah, I'm thinking of you. And don't worry, we will have a list. I'm really glad to announce the next speaker who came to us. He originally comes from then. Can I please get some silence in the room? Yeah. So the next speaker is a dear friend, but he's not invited because he's a dear friend. Probably we would also not invite him because he said that he doesn't know anything about love. So the question is, why is he here? If he himself says that he doesn't have much theoretical or practical knowledge on love. He's here because he became one of the most influential and inspiring voices of contemporary social and ecological thought. His name is Nikolai Schulz. He's a young, well, a bit younger than me, Danish sociologist who collaborated closely with the late French sociologist Bruno Latour. Together with Bruno Latour, he published a book which is called On the Emergence of an Ecological Class, a memo, in 2023. And most recently, his book, which was the book which led me to his thought. This was my case. Yeah, Milo has it here. I can show you, and as well, you can buy all these books outside. I'm not getting any percentage, but I would love you to read most of the books you can find. This book, Land Sickness, originally published, I think, yeah, Landkrank by Surkamp, but also in English, I think, is a remarkable book about climate anxiety, about a broken heart, to connect to the previous lecture. And when we invited Nikolai Schulz to join us at this exciting symposium, he proposed a lecture under the title, Why Loving Nature Won't Save the Earth, on the need for class struggle in ecology. So it's my great pleasure to invite Nikolai to the stage, and later again we will have a Q&A.
Yeah, I need my computer.
Sorry, can I ask the people above if I can shut down the computer so he can put another computer? What? Yes, okay, great. I think, can I switch it off as well? Yes, they say yes. Can I throw it out of the window? No. That's too much. Okay, here we go.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, you hear me? So half the people left, which is not bad, because I'm not going to say a lot about love. But what I will say about love will have to do with the limits of love somehow. Anyway, thank you very much for... Do we have a handheld mic instead?
Yeah.
It's easier.
It's coming, so is this one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again for the invitation here today at the Wiener Festwochen. Symposium of Love, man. Thanks to my dear friend Sreko for the invitation. Thanks for the beautiful introduction. Thanks to my new friend Milo for inviting me, and of course for the rest of you that decided to stay here to listen to the talk that I have given on my imaginary PowerPoint, the slightly curious title of Why Loving Nature Won't Save the Earth, on the need for class struggle in political ecology. Now, as the title indicates, then I'm afraid I'm here to ruin the party. Because no matter that, now, of course, my general agreement, my general concern, my general, convincing that love indeed, as we heard before, can be a revolutionary, maybe even a civilizing force, then the argument I wish to pursue over the next couple of 45 minutes is that when it comes to a specific battlefield, a specific concern, a specific matter of concern, then we do, in fact, not need more narratives of love, but less of them. At least we have to weigh them, we have to scale them, we have to level them a little bit differently, and instead focus on other sorts of strategical tools for political mobilization. Of course, that sounds very depressing. Again, I'm sorry, you can take it as a break if you want to, and so on and so forth, but it's nonetheless one of the key arguments that I forwarded in the book that was mentioned just before, Zur Entstehung einer ökologischen Klasse. It's always very good in German, everything sounds more serious. That's the book that I want to give 3 main arguments from today. The first one will have a little bit to do with, the limits of love, but nonetheless, it's simply 3 arguments from this book that I want to present here that will somehow, again, maybe indicate, again, as I said before, where the specific limits in certain fields of political struggles will be when it comes to love. The book was written a couple of years ago before the French presidential election between, or as a collaboration, again, as was mentioned, between me and the French philosopher Bruno Latour. In the light, again, of a presidential election where we were somehow questioning, where we were somehow pondering, where we were somehow confused about this very weird thing that ecology seems to be both everywhere and nowhere. Everywhere, because of course every day when we open our computer, when we listen to podcasts, people listen to podcasts today for politics, it's very weird. No matter what, when they turn on the radio, when you turn on the newspaper on your computer and so on and so forth, we have more and more catastrophic news, warning signs of an Earth system that is reacting to the way that we are inhabiting the planet. And of course, at least in a European sphere, then the question of nature, the question of biodiversity, the question of, again, ecology has long since manifested itself as perhaps the most important, at least long-term, political question of our time. So again, ecology is everywhere. But on the other hand, ecology is, everywhere. But on the other hand, ecology is nowhere, because every time there is an election, each of the green parties in Europe are struggling to even reach over the electoral threshold. In France, where we wrote the book, and in a way for whom we wrote the book, the French Ecological Party didn't even reach the 5% limit. And in Denmark, my own home country, the Green Party, and I know because I was there at their celebratory party, was celebrating it as a civilizational victory that they had reached 3% of the votes. So the question is, where does this misalignment, this disconnection, this asymmetry between the catastrophe unfolding in front of our eyes and at the same time the lack of political affects this question fosters come from? This is the question that we somehow investigated in the book by both trying to diagnose, again, these stagnated, these very slumbering political ecological affects, and on the other hand, by trying to indicate pathways towards a strong ecological movement, a strong political ecological ideology. In the hope, of course, that there because there should be a moment that political ecology or political ecological ideology would somehow one day be able to compete on an equal footing with the other old ideologies that continue to define the political landscape. So again, what I wish to do today, I've sneaked in the love part to a broader argument, as you see, is simply to present 3 arguments from this book. And the first, on my, again, non-existing Our point is that nature is not about love, peace, and unity, but about conflict and division. So again, the IPCC alarm bells have been ringing for a long time. Every year we see the climate disasters growing in intensity, scale, and proximity. So why are we not acting? Well, probably because none of us really knows who this very abstract we consists of, much related, I would argue, still today, to the fact that ecological struggles have been framed as a project often in terms of peace, love, harmony, and of course universal connectedness. For way too long, we started out by arguing in the book, political ecology has somehow stumbled over its own feet by fathoming, formulating, representing its political project as something universal, as a common project that would unite us all, held together, very often argued by the emotional glue of a connectedness or a love for nature, or for the planet that we live on. For about 50, 60, 70 years, the argument has sounded, I'm afraid to say so, more or less the same every time. A well-meaning ecologist was speaking, gathered under the flag of Mother Nature. If we just remembered, if we just learned how to love the planet, it was imagined that we would all walk hand in hand, in unison, united, as soon as the graveness of the disaster would be known or get close enough. So ecology then was somehow the arbiter. It was somehow the judge. You could even say that it was kind of a loving mother that would finish off social conflicts between fighting brothers and sisters and rally us finally around a common political project. So in other words, mirroring romantics like Wordsworth, Thoreau, Emerson of the late 18th and 19th century, mirroring people from the early conservation movement of the 20th century, even thinkers like today, Immanuel Kant, loving nature and the related argument of nature will unite us all was thought to be, or should be, they said, they thought, they argued, the main component of political ecology. And I think most people would agree that has remained sort of a main component, core, emotionally, philosophically, discursively, in ecological thinking and activism. Now, of course, there's not a question that loving nature is not a bad thing. It's very good to love nature. And partly, of course, such kinds of discourses can be very useful, but they cannot stand alone. And neither do they, in my opinion at least, in the argument of our little book, describe very well the crux of the ecological issues. Why? Because, I'm going to get to the, the punchline, so I'll let her sit down before. No, sorry. Why? Because, ladies and gentlemen, ecology is not a love letter, neither is it a peace treaty. It's a letter of threatenings, and it is a battle cry. We see this everywhere. We see it in Europe and abroad. We see it in Lützerath, where the activists are fighting against the expansions of a coal mine. We see it in my own home city of Aarhus, where people are fighting against the expansion of an industrial port. Fridays for Future, Extinction Rebellion, indigenous people fighting for their territories, so to say. The lesson is the same. These questions of nature do not unite us. And therefore, the narratives of love and unity for nature are far, at least in my little hypothesis here, from strong enough to capture what is at stake or to try to mobilize people for action. Of course, this sounds very desperate, it sounds very depressing, in a way it is, but it's actually not the Achilles heel of ecology. Why? Because as social history has shown us several times that in fact social conflicts, narratives of social conflicts, have at least sometimes a far greater potential for mobilizing people and for generating political ethics than peace projects have. I know it's not the right place to say it, but sometimes peace, love, and harmony makes people yawn. Conflicts, on the other hand, can make people ready to fight. So the problem is not conflicts as such. The problem is rather that political ecology, again caught up in a language of unison and harmony and so on and so forth, have not managed to connect them, have not managed to somehow formulate its struggle into a unified narrative that can mobilize people for political action. So again, this was the first point of our book, namely that for political ecology to gain a strong ideological consistency, it must accept, embrace, define, represent, and formulate its project in terms of conflicts. Why? Because this can exactly help to create a we. It can exactly help to create a them, and not least it can direct, let's say, the direction of history, as well as create a unified narrative for political mobilization. So the question is, if the narrative, if the main component, if the main discursive resource, so to say, cannot be love, then what could it be? Again, it could be conflict, but what conflictual narrative is, of course, the question. Second point, a new class struggle against production for habitability. Of course, there's one notion, there's one term, there's one theory, a set of theories that historically has been extremely strong, extremely forceful, extremely useful in somehow delineating social conflicts and making people ready to fight, mobilizing people for action. The concept, the notion of class and class struggle. Of course, class has never been one thing. It's very important to remember. It's never been one framework. It's never been chiseled in stone. So instead, the concept has always been a battlefield itself. It's been readjusted. It's been rethought several of times through social history as society has become more and more complex, as social injustices has changed, and as the battlefronts, so to say, have become bigger. So in a sense, you can say that class, the notion of class, has always been sort of a story of betrayal. Again, and this is important to keep in mind, because what we're going to try to do today is fix, or how do you say, test the hypothesis that we have a little bit of freedom in reinventing this notion today. But of course, like every love story, then it's not only been a story of betrayal. The notion of class, the history of the notion of class has also been a story of loyalty. Why? Because every time the last 150 years anybody was clever, or dare I say stupid enough to try to reinvent the notion of class, it's always been through a dialogue with Marx. There's probably been few, if any, conceptual inventions, theoretical, say, tries that has been as fruitful, as, let's say, important, as forceful, both in the history of sociology and in political discourse, as the notion of class. Why? Well, one way to explain it, my way to explain it, and I think I'm right, is that Marx provided a somehow precise map, a compass, so to say, that allowed people to understand a couple of different things. One, how society subsisted. Two, where in this process people were positioned, what conflicts people engaged in, and of course, again, it's very important, what direction history was taken. So Marx's theory was in a way of saying, how do collectives reproduce, socially and materially, of course, where in this process are people located, who are people's allies, who are people's antagonists, in what conflicts are they involved, and again, what is the horizon of political action? As you all know here, we heard about it a little bit before, then of course, with Marx, so to say, it was a question of somehow understanding the historical struggles and how they were organized around the means of production. Against the backdrop, that's where he started, people sometimes forget, of how production permitted the continuous, let's say, continuation of society, the subsistence, or as he called it, the reproduction of society. Different classes were clashing, again, in the struggles over either keeping or taking over the means of production and, of course, the fruits that they produced. So again, Marx, socialism, the different avatars afterwards directed their attention when they were trying to, let's say, map how societies reproduced, where people were in this process, and so on and so forth, to production. Society continued to subsist because of production. People lived off its fruit. People were differently organized within what he called famously a system of production, and they were clashing together in struggles over the means of production. Again, as we remember, a struggle between the capitalist and the proletariat class. But, drum roll, by only thinking in terms of production, it is today absolutely impossible to answer how societies continue to subsist, or how class interests are changing shape, or how classes are somehow struggling, or what they're struggling for. Bruno had a term called our new climatic regime, which somehow defined a political historical epoch marked by climatic mutations, biodiversity crisis, and so on and so forth. A time, a period, an epoch where we see, exactly like at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, that society's material infrastructure was changing, transforming rapidly, which makes necessary a new description of how societies reproduce, where people are in this process, as well as what conflicts that emerge as a consequence. Because, of course, sometimes history is a thing that dances weirdly. Today it certainly took a strange turn that exactly the ecological sciences realized approximately 50 years ago, a little bit more, even if these insights have not been transformed into political action. This insight is as it goes, that the continuation, the subsistence, the reproduction of society is today not simply secured by production, but by a longer list of earthly entities and processes of engendering. And what is even more peculiar in this situation is that production is precisely what has proven to destabilize the planet's conditions of habitability. So again, where we're standing today compared to when Marx was writing, then the decisive difference is that today societies can no longer be understood to be, let's say, surviving because of production. Instead, we can say that they are actually right now, we see it every day when we open our newspapers, surviving despite production. Despite, I don't know why we got so far, but it underlined the point. No matter how we frame it or fathom it, then we can say that today the production system has turned into a system of destruction that day after day threatens, so to say, the earthly conditions of subsistence. So as all you good Marxists remember very well, then we are today seeing something we've heard before, which is that all solid melts into air. We are realizing simply that society has another material basis than we thought, based on a longer list of earthly entities, processes, than before, that allow for the survival of humans. Our main argument in this context, this weird shift, so to say, is that the class struggle as well changes shape, just as well as exactly the lines of conflicts and a potential narrative of conflicts that I searched for in the beginning of this talk begins to become visible. The contours begin to show themselves, even if, of course, they've not cemented themselves completely. What we begin to see is a class struggle that comes with an essential difference. Not only is it, and we can discuss some examples afterwards, a class struggle to take over the means of production, or for that matter, as in the socialist tradition, to find a more just distribution of the, let's say, fruits of production. But what we begin to see the possible sketches of, and I know also here in Austria, is an ecological class consisting of those who are fighting not for taking over the means of production, but who's fighting against the very horizon of production, against practices of production, against the very system of production and its horizon, and whose collective interests are turned towards securing, either on a local or on a planetary scale, the conditions of habitability, and who therefore, no matter what any of your Marxist friends says, and I know I'll be grilled for saying that in a second, who thus cannot be identified within the system of production. So again, while the old class struggle of the 19th and the 20th century was organized, so to say, around the production force, then the new ecological class struggle is organized around the protection, the securing, the maintenance of the planet's conditions of habitability. A struggle, to put it very clearly and very broadly out, between those who wish to say, to expand production practices and those who wish to limit them, exactly because they've realized that that is how you secure the continuous, let's say, prosperity of societies in the Anthropocene. And this is exactly where we try to define a new narrative of conflict that could be useful for the ecological movement. All right, we're done in not so long. 3.3, the indispensable cultural struggle for ideas. So again, to just sum up the argument a little bit, the Green Party's ecologists, the activists and so on and so forth must understand, must not phrase ecology as only a question of love for nature or as a peace treaty, but as a war declaration, no matter how awful this sounds today. It must create, on the basis hereof, a strong, a well-defined we, a well-defined them, as well as an understanding of what this we is fighting for. But just like, so to say, love for nature is not enough, then of course, then simply positioning, aligning yourself, identifying oneself along such lines of conflict is not enough as well. On the contrary, I think that's important to remember, maybe this is where we can overlap with the need of a loving narrative, so to say, then the Green Parties, the ecologists, need to remember that so-called class, or so-called, objective class interests alone have never been enough to engage people into struggles, and they've certainly not been enough to create the infamous class consciousness. Instead, as social history proves, what you need is a whole cultural catalog of images, concepts, narrative, visions, imaginaries, aesthetics, what you've been discussing here at this festival, of course, to draw on if you want to create political ethics, if you want to construct a strong we, and if you want to construct a people in struggle, long before any class, long before any ideology, long before any political party can hope, so to say, to have voting support or have successful electoral results, one must participate in the cultural battle for ideas, even if, or especially when, you have the coming catastrophe on your side. Of course, this is what Gramsci called quest for hegemony. Understood as the idea that before you can take over political power, you must fight for cultural power. It might seem superfluous. Facts, justice, morality might be on your side. One might feel that there is not enough time for such struggles, but you cannot skip it. Why? Because the cultural battlefield, and that's why Milo is very good, because the cultural battlefield is as important as the political battlefield. You cannot overtake the kingdom of politics without first fighting to occupy the strategically essential fortress of culture. I don't know about you guys, but here I would say that it's been an absolute understatement that the Green Parties have had little to offer. The socialist, the liberalist, the conservative, the illiberal ideologies, they might be outdated, they might be impotent in the face of the ecological catastrophe, but in turn, the party candidates have a whole cultural universe, again, of ideas, of concepts, of values, of images, again, of aesthetics that makes their, dare I say, political projects lovable. The Green Party, on the other hand, the Green Parties seem to have imagined that the catastrophe itself would be enough to mobilize action. Think about it. Whenever you turn on your TV again, the Green Party candidates on a TV, so to say, they rarely offer any new concepts again, new narratives, new ideas that infuses their political projects with desirable connotations. I'm sorry to say, because I'm on their team, but every time they appear again in a TV debate or so on and so forth, they often appear regressive, panicky, moralistic, and uncomprehending of why people do not see the danger coming. But, as you all know in here, panic is tiring, and necessity is boring. To vote has to do with choosing. It's about wanting to choose, and who wants to vote for a party that you must vote for the planet not to die for? Who wants to vote for a party that you should vote for moral reasons? Not very many. So it sums up the situation a little bit, this third point, I believe, that another reason that political ecology has had so absolutely strongly big problems, so to say, winning the political struggle is because it has largely neglected the cultural struggle for ideas. Instead, they thought they could soak their project in cold facts about the coming disaster, soak them also in a little bit of moralism, but as the book of Proverbs 27:12 taught us, then the prudent sees danger and hides himself, much rather than hanging themselves on to Frederick Hölderlin's old quip that where danger is also grows the saving power. They should have followed, instead, somebody like artist Jenny Holz's advice that lack of charisma can be fatal. Because that certainly also counts in the sphere of politics. So again, and then we get to the ending point. The concrete antidote to this deficit of ethics that so seems to me to define the Green parties today would be taking seriously the necessity of constructing from scratch a whole cultural universe, a whole cultural archive, so to say, of ecological ideas, images, aesthetics, narratives, visions that could imbue, again, political ecology with positive, desirable, or again, loving or lovable connotations. Only with such could political ecology probably begin to create enthusiasm, and people would begin to be able to mirror themselves in it. So again, to sum up the little talk of today, 3 points that the ecologists should have taken note of and reflect on. 1, we must accept that these questions, I'm sorry, because it would be really nice. I love love. It's cool. It's great. We must first accept that ecology is not only a question about peace. It's not only a question about harmony. It's not only a question about unison or about love. It's about fierce wars, fierce controversies, divisions, and conflicts, and they must be formulated as such too. From this, a strong we must be created. We call it the ecological class. We can give it another name. Thirdly, the struggle for it must be, vis-a-vis a festival like here today, cultural. So again, how much, or no matter how much, I love love, and how much I indeed, because we heard good arguments for it just before, believe in its revolutionary force in certain spheres, fields of political and social battles, then my argument here today, in the context of the theme of the symposium, is simply that too much love can actually also sometimes end up hindering certain revolutions, at least if they're not dosed correctly. Since we are again here, I was about to say Zurich, that would have been very stupid. Since we're here in Vienna, it's been a very long month, sorry. Since we're here in Vienna, let me end on a few notes from the great Stefan Zweig, a magnificent writer, of course, who indeed, as we all remember, lost both his life and his love in a world of turmoil. Because, of course, running through Zweig's incredible authorship is indeed the idea that love is it's a changing force. It's the deepest form of empathy. It's the deepest form of being human even, an emotion that was able to somehow transcend political, social, historical barriers, conflicts, and so on and so forth. And of course, in his The World of Yesterday, he investigated how certain collective love for culture and human dignity was shattered by war and fascism, and how it could also be a way to fight these atrocities. But of course, let's also remember his incredible letter from an unknown woman, in which Zweig clearly shows that a bit too much obsession with, or at least in love, can become deconstructive, can leave you blinded, can leave you hindered of acting, and even annihilate you altogether. And my little suggestion, my little hypothesis here is simply that it could count for political ecology. So to wrap things up, then creating a strong political, ecological subject, without a question, it needs certain, let's say, amounts of love for the planet, love for nature, and so on and so forth. However, strategically, I do still believe, and that's my main argument, that it needs to be dosed rightly and not to shadow the conflicts, the disharmonies, and the divisions, which is also at stake here. Put differently, then love for nature, I'm afraid, won't save nature itself, or at least not if it blinds us for, or if it's not fueled by a certain argument, a certain narrative of conflict, anger, or fight against those people who are destroying our conditions of habitability. Wittgenstein once asked in his Culture of Value, then what is the use of love if it makes us untruthful? And the truth about ecology is that it is a question of conflict, and I think we should remember at least to also frame it as such, since safeguarding the planet's conditions of habitability might depend on it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks so much, Nikolai, for this energizing lecture and also a bit provocation, I would also say. But before my questions, possible question, of course, there is one question by James Bridle, just to present him as one of the next speakers. Please, the mic comes here, second row, here, and then I saw a hand and a person there. No, the question was here, please. Yeah, you will get the question as well, but yeah, take some water. We don't love too much democracy and self-organization. I will give the questions and please, James.
Hi, thanks very much for the talk. It was really good to hear the continuation, or to hear more of what I found so energizing in Latour's later work, and obviously you were involved in that, when it felt like the gloves were coming off a bit, and we started to name who the enemies were in this field, and that this is a fight that we are in, and I think it's really important to stress that. What I find a bit concerning is to put that fight in opposition to loving, I guess, and that's something I'd be really interested to hear you clarify. Because if we're talking about an ecological struggle, then whether you call it love or solidarity or some other thing, it's fundamentally founded in relationships. And this insistence on the other makes me nervous as well, because I don't see why it couldn't be appropriated in exactly the same way by eco-fascists. This is a thing that happens over and over again. We know that the green movements, the ecology movements, in particularly where I come from in Britain, but around Europe, many of them were founded by fascists. There's not a stark distinction between many ecological ideas and some of the foundational ideas of fascism. So with this framing of ecology as class struggle, I guess my question is, what is ecological about it? At the end, I felt you were beginning to start to frame what an ecological subject constitutes, and I'd like to hear more about that, because for me that is founded in love, and there is no such thing as too much love, and the two things can coexist.
Sure, I was afraid he was going to sit here because I know his work, so I knew he would be very...
We didn't, just to say, we didn't make a plan
you didn't
for
coordinate.
this.
No, but again, I completely accept the question, and obviously you're completely right, but if you listen to what I'm saying, I'm not saying that we should oppose it to love. I don't see conflict as an opposition to love. I'm saying it's about dosing it in terms of political strategy. I'm saying that it shouldn't be a fact that we only speak about love or about connectedness and so on and so forth when we are talking about political ecology, exactly because the fascists that you're speaking about have been very good at creating these friend-enemies distinctions. What is ecological about it is simply the fact that it's not only fighting for the means of production, that it's fighting for the habitability of the earth. Again, I would never argue. I had a long discussion with Kotchia about it the other day, because he's the complete opposite. He says that love should be the main component. I would say love is the main component, but it shouldn't be so in terms of, let's say, strategical discourse, or the way that we represent ourselves, because then we simply don't see the enemies that we've been facing for way too long without, exactly as you indicate yourself, as a positive aspect that we have now found out we need to mention. So again, for me it would be, of course, love for nature, connectedness, solidarity with non-human beings, and so on and so forth. It's a main, let's say, it's a very important aspect of political ecology. It just can't be the main framing of it, because I think then we are simply just sitting and loving the world, while the fascists, for example, or even other people who's fighting against the ecological, let's say, horizon of society, is very clear about this being a friend-enemy distinction. That would be my argument.
Thanks a lot. We'll have a question there, and then there was a question there, yes. And I suggest let's take 2 or 3 questions. I see there are many questions, and you try to memorize them, or I will help you out. So first we go there, yes.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the talk. I agree in most of the points. I was just thinking loud and wondering, because Mark Fisher came into my head about this, his notion of capitalist realism, when it's about, more or less saying it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. This is one of these catchy phrases. But I would like to know what you think about that, because it seems we know a lot, but we are a bit limited in the action. And of course, love or the doses of love would maybe help to get into action in comparison to what we know, because it's almost ridiculous in relation the knowledge and the little action, I would say. But going back to the more depressing idea of that, what Mark said, that it's more realistic to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism, I wonder if you have some thoughts to this.
Shall we take more questions first, maybe?
No, that's always awful. It's impossible to remember anything after.
Also awful for moderators.
I think I don't know what I have to say about that argument. Stands for itself. It's a very strong quote, and it's for the reason that we can all somehow mirror ourselves in it. I would just add to it that not only can people easier imagine the end of the world and the end of capitalism, they can certainly also rather imagine the end of the world easier than they can imagine the world, imagine the end of productivism. I mean, I think people can probably fathom the idea of a socialist world, but ask people to live in a world without growth, without development, or without, let's say, the horizon of production. That's extra difficult. It's a strong quote. I don't know what to say. And you're right. He's right, probably.
Yeah. If I may just say before the next question, as a very annoying professor, that this quote actually comes from Frederick Jameson. Then Slavoj Žižek stole it from Frederick Jameson. Then Mark Fisher somehow came up to it, and so on. But all great ideas don't have copyright, of course. Next question. I don't know, maybe... yes. Thanks for reminding me there was a question there. Please stand up so we can see you, because from the stage, yes, thanks.
Thank you. Hi, thank you for the lecture. I have a question about putting those ideas of we and them, this narrative, into practice. And I think it's stemming from me coming from this like climate activist environment.
Which one? In Austria?
In Poland.
Poland, okay.
Yeah, but I've been also active internationally. So I think from my perspective, even though there is this narrative of we, and that's a really good observation, that it's really leading to this stagnation of people not really caring, because who actually is we? And naturally, somehow I've noticed that there's so many disputes within the climate movement.
Yeah.
And so there is this constant division between like, oh, these people have different demands, blah, blah, blah, or like the global south, the global north, there's constantly dividing, because in unity it's so difficult to unify without understanding each and everyone's struggle. Like German activists would not understand, I don't know, Nigerian activists at all. And so my question is, how does defining we and them, which we are currently, let's say, lacking, would impact, and would it actually unify the movement more? And also it's connected to how a lot of activists say, fuck the political parties, like all of them, because they are supporting the capitalists anyways, and that also includes the green parties. Thank you.
Yeah, but that's a very difficult question. It's not super easy to answer, because of course, as you completely rightly indicated, then there are certain, let's say, forces in the global south, for instance, that should, of course, indeed develop to a certain degree, that should, of course, indeed produce to a certain degree. So, of course, they are not our enemies. What we're saying is simply that we can make an opposition about those who doesn't want to, let's say, stop producing within the framework of the conditions of habitability, or the conditions of or of reproduction, these places where we, so to say, have enough. The argument would never be that they shouldn't have a television in India or something like that. But what you're pointing to is a lot more, of course, interesting right now, also with everything in Germany that's happening to the climate movement, the division between Luisa and certain of the other activists, who's not only divided on the topic of the we and them in terms of an enemy that is for production and those who's not, or those who want to expand the economy and those who want to ecologize, but also in the questions of identity politics and stuff like that. If I don't completely misunderstand what's going on right now, then there's a big question of should you also be pro-Gaza, should you also be pro-trans, should you also be pro-feminist, and so on and so forth, in order to be a part of the ecological class. Right now, actually, me and Luisa are trying to draft a little book about this topic, because I would always turn the argument around. I think it's very problematic if the climate movement becomes a tick-off box, that you have to be all of these different things in order to be able to mirror yourself, to gain membership in the green movement and so on and so forth. I would rather say the opposite. I would say that if you are pro-trans, if you are pro-feminist, if you are pro post-colonial struggles and so on and so forth, then you should be able to mirror yourself in the ecological issues. But it's a very tough question. So my answer would be we don't have the answer, but I see completely where your question is coming from.
Thanks. We have time for two more questions. One in the second row and one there. Yes, so maybe first here and then you will raise the hand again. And then we'll take a short break. And please.
So my question I don't know if I understood you correctly, and if I didn't, I guess my question is moot, but maybe you can elaborate.
I have to speak a little bit less fast. My English is not great.
Yeah, okay. So if I got you correctly, you pointed out a definition of class or class struggle that isn't defined through the means or fight for the means of production, but like a negation of the concept of production, which has become destructive. And if I understood you correctly, could you elaborate on that more? Because I don't quite understand this differentiation, since the primary means of production is human labor. So essentially a fight for the means of production isn't a fight for just the fruits of production, but a fight for control over the means of production, meaning a control of our lives over time. So essentially any negation of production, by that definition, it isn't really, can't really be kept apart from first gaining control over the means of production. So could you clarify on this differentiation?
Yeah, sure. Well, again, I think you indicate two different questions. First of all, that we don't define class on where you are simply in terms of the production system or even the earthly system. It's not based on, let's say, on a material position. We're simply taking it would be more of a Polanyian or a, what's his name, E.P. Thompson-ish idea about class, which is class is simply a set of people who's sharing collective interests in a certain direction, right? So it can come from all over the social aspect, so to say, but don't forget that the working class was also a very heterogeneous entity back in the days. But of course, you're completely right that it is, our argument is that it's of course a struggle against those who has control over the means of production, but it's also simply a struggle against production in itself. What we're arguing is simply that there's another layer to the good old class struggle that is simply today not enough to just fight against who controls the means of production, because no matter if it's collectively owned, then production will still be a system of production. And of course, it indicates a lot more difficult of a question, because what you see is, of course, sometimes people from the working class movement would then also be in certain issues a frontline enemy to a certain degree. Let me take you a little bit back to my home city, Aarhus. It's a very weird example. I indicated it over there, where there's right now a big struggle between those, again, who wish to expand the industrial harbor because of industrial growth and because of jobs and so on and so forth, and those wishing to limit it, right? And what is just very interesting is, on those who wish to expand it, it's a super strange new, I think in English they would call it strange bedfellow mixture of politicians, elites, of really rich business people, and then harbor workers who is fighting for this expansion. On the other hand, you have an equally diverse assembly of people from different social and cultural classes who see that this will destroy the conditions of habitability in terms of the CO2 on a planetary scale, in terms of biodiversity and so on and so forth. Of course, the argument would be we have to fight against those who wish to expand it, but of course, how can we make those harbor workers, for example, see that they will be, no matter if they have a job, the first people who will be destroyed in a production system? That's the big alliance that somehow has to be made, right? So yeah.
Thank you, and we go to the last question at this session.
Hey, thank you for your lecture. It's me.
I can see you.
So, I just have to, yeah. So if we're talking about discourse and about, if you will, framing of agenda for political parties, aren't we missing that the problem is that we are delegating solving of a very fundamental and a very, let's say, dramatic problem of Earth to democracy, and that we are just delegating it to the government and to the authorities?
I'm not sure I understand. Can you try just the beginning of the question again? It's not you, it's just me, sorry.
It's also me.
It's both of you, okay. It's all of us.
So I wanted to ask, if we are talking just about agenda of political parties about framing of the question of ecology, aren't we missing that we have delegated the ecology question to democracy, to authorities, to government too much? Because it is just...
What's the alternative? I mean, we can't all go out and blow up pipelines.
But this
the problem with blowing up a pipeline is that it's too easy. What do you do afterwards? I mean, I'm a Democrat. Of course, you can today, maybe you can, let's say, divide people like, yeah, maybe Andreas Malm, even if I know that he doesn't really want to blow up pipelines, but as a kind of Leninist ecologist, with what me and Bruno tried to do, would be some kind of a democratical ecological movement. The problem is, if you just go out and sabotage the world, destroy power plants and so on and so forth, what do we do afterwards? Somebody like Louise would say that it would simply be it's lazy to just do, let's say, if I understand your question correctly, ecological terrorism, even if it's completely understandable that the whole, let's say, desperation is there. Because how do you build a culture afterwards? How do you build something that you can mirror yourself in? And here, for me, that has to be done within the framework of democracy, because I do not see how it will not tip directly the other way around if we don't. That doesn't mean, of course, that I have a lot of faith in those running things right now, but I do think that this is what we have to take over. I mean, yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm a Democrat in a sense.
I don't know if you were finished or not, or you want to add something? Huh?
We'll discuss it with a beer afterwards. But
yeah, if I may just add something. If I got your question right, but again, it's me, it's not you, it's him actually.
You can only say that because he's a friend of mine.
What I understood from the question is, of course, when you say democracy, I guess you're talking about electoral democracy, right? Because I think what wasn't mentioned here, you talked also a lot about green parties also when I read your book with Bruno Latour, the memo. It is kind of addressed to the green parties mainly, and then to the social movements. I know you work with social movements, Fridays for Future and so on, but when you say is the only alternative, paraphrasing Andreas Malm, sabotaging, blowing up a pipeline, I would say no. I would say there is some other alternatives as well, and we can see it these days in the last 8 months, while the occupations are still happening in Serbia. So I think this is precisely the place where you have an ecological class, even in the terms in which you are framing it, and you have something which is not electoral democracy. They don't want old school representative democracy. What they are building there for 8 months is occupations, plenums, and direct democracy.
Sure, but what
they said, they are already building the new society without waiting for. Of course, they wait for Vučić to resign and all this bullshit, and it will happen anyhow at one point. But they're building a movement, which is kind of, yeah, I'll talk about it a bit later. It's a kind of communal form. I would say there is something which is more than party politics. I mean, you were completely right to smash the Green parties. I would go even harsher, especially towards the German Greens, which became purely a war party, nothing else. Thanks for the applause. So I think we shouldn't rely that much on electoral politics. And here I'm not fetishizing direct democracy, of course. I'm just saying, why did you leave out this alternative? It's not just the blowing up a pipeline, it's building a movement, it's building a parallel institution, something like that.
Thank you. But no, of course you're completely right, but what I tried to answer her is that it's not an either or. You need, of course, this situation is so vast, it's so big that not only do we need to stay within the framework, you're completely right about that, we need to invent also more forms of direct democracy and so on and so forth. You might be right that I misunderstood her question a little bit. There will probably be a whole different sort of strategies in this question, but for me the main point would still be to somehow one day, within a framework that is more direct, democratize things, right? Like, of course, you'll have bomb-throwing activists. You'll have direct forums of, let's say, inventive new sorts of political collective movements and so on and so forth. But if it stands against, and your argument is, of course, completely legitimate, then not taking a framework of democracy, even if reinvented serious, then I find it difficult to imagine. Because I'm sorry, and I know in our field it's very difficult to say scale, but how do you scale it, right? Like. But yeah, no, it's a good question. You're completely right. Obviously, what's happening in the country that you just indicated is an important thing. And of course, we also see it in countries all over the world that right now that we are actually trying to somehow reinvent within the framework of governments and so on and so forth, or electoral politics, new ways of more direct democracy, new ways of direct, let's say, testing what it actually means to be a collective on an earth that that is destroyed. So you're right. She was right. I was wrong. And now it's your lecture.
I'm not sure. Okay, we could prolong the discussion, but we will have an opportunity. We will have a break now, 20 minutes, if you all agree. And then at 6:30, we return for the next 2 questions. Please feel free to speak to the speakers among yourselves and so on, and see you back here in 20 minutes. Thanks, everyone. Okay. So we are back. Thanks everyone for coming back. I hope you had a nice rest. And now we go into the second part of our today's symposium with 2 lectures. I'm really glad to introduce my dear friend Ece Temelkuran, originally from Turkey, currently resides in Berlin. She is an author and a writer, a prolific political commentator, and she has written several acclaimed novels, and she has also written 2, I would say, theoretical or more for general audience bestsellers dealing with politics and love in a way as well. One is How to Lose a Country, and the other one is Together, a Manifesto Against the Heartless World. Ece also writes regularly for The Guardian, New York Times, German-speaking newspapers, and so on. And similar to other speakers, you can also find her books outside, I think both in English and German. The title of Ece's lecture tonight is Together Against the Heartless World. And after the lecture, I will again invite you all to participate in the discussion and pose questions. So, Ece, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Is all good? Huh? Did you survived the first half, so here's the second half. First of all, I have palpitation today. I have, high blood pressure, but I told the producers, state manager, everyone that they have to be ready for a heart attack. They're going to play I Did It My Way, and it will be amazing funeral. So, love and revolution. These are the 2 words, like every speaker, as far as I could follow, including me, talk about, when we even utter the word love. We do this, love. And then when we say revolution, we go, revolution. We cannot not be ironic about it. We are so afraid of being perceived as naive. And do you hear my heart? It's beating with love. The thing I'm going to talk about today is why we shouldn't be ironic about it. And why or how I had the courage, how I found the courage not being ironic about it. We should love each other. This sentence and the other sentence, we should believe in revolution, the second sentence. These 2 sentences, it took me a lot of time to say them without irony, without the fear of being perceived as naive. Okay, I'm going to tell you a very short story. I'm not going to talk much because I love to talk with Srečko. We are a good duo on stage, proven fact. I'm going to tell you a short story about last 10 years of my life and how my thinking improved to today, where I tell you that we should really be serious about these topics, love and revolution. 10 years ago, 2016, in Turkey, there was a coup attempt. And meanwhile, I wrote a book, and it was published in English, Turkey, the Insane and Melancholy. And I came to London to talk about this book. So there was a lot of media attention on Turkey, so that I catched that spotlight a little bit, and I talked a lot of things, but mainly one thing I talked about was Turkey is not a crazy country. Fascism is global. It's coming towards you guys in London, in Paris, in Berlin, in New York, in Washington, in everywhere that we can think of. But then there is this thing about Western audiences. They love this image of, intellectual woman running away from the barbarians, throwing herself into the arms of civilization, seeking haven and so on. So whenever I talked about fascism in Turkey, and even though I told them that it's coming towards them because of these reasons, there was this same reaction from the audiences. Especially in London, there was this woman putting her hands together and asking me at the end of my speech, so what can we do for you? And for some reason, I was clever that day. And then I said, you know what? When you ask it like that, I feel like a baby panda about to be adopted via website. And I said, you know what? It's actually, what can I do for you? Because I'm here and I know what's going to happen to you. So let me help you. So after this interesting encounter, interesting conversation, I had to leave my country because there were too many death threats and so on, and rape threats were too colorful. So I left my country, I moved to Europe, I lived in Zagreb for 6 years. Zagreb is an interesting place, nobody goes there, that's the only reason I went there. There is an at the international airport of Zagreb, there's a big billboard and it writes, why Zagreb? So Zagreb is that kind of place. You'd love it there. I mean, this is my favorite city. Anyway, so Zagreb is an interesting place because when you're in that city, you actually see this part of the world, like south, and the west and north equally. It's like an optimum point. Anyway, when I came to Zagreb, it was 2016, November. It's soon to be 10 years now. Anyway, so when I came to Zagreb, I noticed that what I had seen in Turkey is now happening in other countries step by step. It was as if watching a movie I had already seen on a bigger screen in United States, in Europe. So I thought, this is what I can do for them. I can tell them what is going to happen. So I sat down and looked into the mechanism, political mechanism, to find out the logic of today's fascism. First of all, of course, you have to go through this struggle. They ask you, especially white established academics on stage, why do you call it fascism? Is it fascism? Anyway, it took me years to understand, I have to ask back the question, why don't you call it fascism? And then I realized years later that the reason they don't call it fascism, because when you call it fascism, you have to do something about it. And it's better actually just to sit comfortably, be shocked, paralyzed, and so on. So I wrote this book that is actually laying out the 7 global patterns of today's fascism, how it creeps to the system, how it dismantles the entire political mechanism, how it paralyzes the soul and the mind of the people, and finally, how you actually lose your country. Therefore, the name of the book became How to Lose a Country, 7 Steps from Democracy to Fascism. So I wrote this book. Again, I'm all over the place. It's a bestseller, which didn't change a thing in the world, so I don't know if it's a successful book or not. I went around the world to say that, okay, darlings, these are the global common patterns of what's happening. So it's going to happen to you in this exact same way that happened to my country. So why don't we come together? Because the far-right guys are coming together frequently. They are strategizing together. They are working together. And they are, becoming friends even. So why don't we do that as well to organize a global solidarity? This is what we need. We cannot each time be shocked and paralyzed when fascism shows up and takes over power in a country. We should get ready. We should get ourselves together. This was the main idea. The problem is, my analysis was a little bit kind of controversial because I said that fascism is historically and ideologically is embedded, inherent in neoliberal system. People want you to speak about fascism and loss of democracy in such a way that it doesn't hurt them really. It doesn't hurt capitalism. Capitalism is such a fragile, faint-hearted thing. So if you say something like, if we have more democracy, if we have more participation in democracy, everything will be okay. If we can just get rid of Trump, or whatever, whoever your guy is in Austria, then everything will be okay. People love to hear this. Anyway, I went around the world for 2 times probably, to talk about fascism, global fascism. The thing is, when you tell people, when you talk to them like a political Cassandra, which my hair fits the role, they are hypnotized. Actually, in a very insidious, very obscure way, people love to fear. This is something I understood very late, because since I wrote a bestseller, as Srečko put it, my editor wanted me to write the sequel, the remedy, the way out, the solution, and so on. So I did write that. It's together a manifesto against the heartless world. The subtitle is a reference to Marx, because many people love the first half of that paragraph that Marx once wrote. He said religion is the opium of societies or humanity. But the second part says it is the heart for a heartless world. So together, I want to do something, create a secular heart that we all need to bear these times, to survive and to struggle together, be in solidarity and so on. What I realized is that you cannot fix today's fascism, you cannot beat today's fascism only through political means. You can, or you should, or we should, remember things. What we were saying yes to, because this fascism, this new fascism, which is an incredible entertainment form in today's world, makes you forget things. It is so confusing, it's so paralyzing, it's a bombardment that you forget what you want, because you are so concerned about what you don't want. Anyway, so my main argument was that we need a moral transformation. What I mean by that is that it's again, actually, it was because of a question from the audience. After I have to lose a country, each time I gave a speech, I terrify people, and then they're like, ugh. And then somebody finally asked the same question over and over again in every audience. So where is hope? Where is hope? So I started thinking about the word hope, and meanwhile I was thinking about the moral transformation. So I thought, what do we really need? We have many ideas. We have, we know how to do things, but there is no political will to change things. This was one of the topics in the first half of this symposium. So why doesn't it happen? Everything is awful. It's obviously they're coming at us. You don't have to know who is we until somebody shoots at you, then you know who is we. You are the guy, you are the we with the person next to each other who is also being shot at. There was a question like that, who is we thing. So it's not easy, it's not that difficult who we is when you are shot at. Okay, close brackets. So I thought about hope, or is it really hope that we need? I think hope is too fragile a world for our times, and it's also irrelevant, to be honest, because at some point I was angry, and then I asked this audience member who again asked me about hope. I said, what if there is hope? What would you do differently tomorrow? Or what if there is no hope? What would you do differently tomorrow? So hope is irrelevant. What matters is, and what is broken is not hope, it's our faith in humankind. We didn't just lose it during one afternoon. It was imposed on us because the main fundamental definition of human in neoliberalism is such a disgusting thing. It says that we are all selfish, self-centered bastards. We are not worthy of loving. We are not worthy of sacrificing each other for. We are not worthy of respecting, and so on. So this moral transformation that I am talking about is necessary for us to love human beings so that we do something for them, such as political work or sacrificing our time and betterment of their lives. So this is what we need to fix. the loss of faith. And then I thought fascism is the ultimate loss of faith in humankind. So what we have to do is to do the exact opposite. We have to faith in humankind. First of all, humans are not the best thing on this planet. We all know that. They're slippery, they're meek, they're weak, you know. They're hypocritical most of the time, and so on and so forth. But then, this moral stance that we have to take has to tell us humans are beautiful. They deserve to exist. They deserve to be fought for. Only then we can actually create the political will that is necessary to solve the problems of our times. So in the end, I wrote this book, and there are 10 chapters in it. It's about friendship, it's about dignity, it's about faith in humankind, and several other things. Here's the funny part. I went around the world for another 2 times, and this time, those hypnotized audiences were completely different. I was telling them the solution, and when How to Lose a Country, I was talking about fascism, they were like, but when I said, okay, this is how we get out of this, they were like, This made me think about cynicism. Do you remember the Gaza video that Trump released? How many of you saw that video? Okay, so not enough. Trump released a Gaza video at the height of the genocide. He was, sunbathing with Netanyahu in Gaza in a resort. So it was AI-generated video that tells about his idea for Gaza. That video was not a PR flop. It wasn't an accident. It was symbolizing something. It was symbolizing the radical cynicism of today's world, today's politics, and this radical cynicism is also the source of fascism today. So in order to beat fascism, we have to be completely opposite of that cynicism. And that is why, in the beginning, I said, this is why I'm not being ironic when I'm saying love and revolution. It is love, exactly love, that will save us. A few days ago, I was in Rome. I was with some people from Vatican. I don't know if you watched the Wim Wenders documentary on Netflix about Pope Francis. You should. It's an amazing documentary. Pope Francis, I have an intellectual crush on him, although he's dead. Anyway, friends of Pope Francis were there. And these 2 guys, incredibly well-read, incredibly hype, by the way, super, hipsterish compared to Vatican, what we imagine of Vatican to be. They talked about love and revolution. You know what? I was absolutely jealous because they had no irony. They were so courageous. They were super confident, and they didn't have to smirk when they were talking about revolution. By the way, they talked about revolution, mind you, and love. And I thought, damn it. These words, especially love, is monopolized by religion. They have the license to use it. They have the license, for instance, like, this is not a planned act, by the way, I'm just making this up now. They are not, they're licensed to do this. Come to you, hold your hand. When somebody does that to us, we're like, come on. But then this is important, and people are lonely, you see. I mean, really lonely. The other day, I was on ChatGPT. I was drinking. Because, okay, this is the thing. 3 of my friends are using ChatGPT as therapists. Is anybody here using ChatGPT as a therapist? I don't want to offend anyone. Oh, there's one person. So I asked ChatGPT, what do you think of people, humans, using you as a therapist? You know what he said? He's a he, obviously. He said, people are lonely. And then I said, okay. No, he said, because I'm not judging them. This is interesting, no? People do not want to go to therapist because they're going to be judged. They're fear of that. They are afraid of that. And then I asked ChatGPT the most important question. So what are the 3 top topics that people, humans, ask you when they talk about, when they use you as a therapist? You know what it said? I don't remember the third one. The first one is loneliness. Second one is self-worth. We're talking about theoretical things here. We are being very confident with ideas and so on and so forth. But if we really want to change the world, we really have to be humble. And that humility can only come through love. And in that sense, people, I assume many of people are here secular intellectuals or secular activists and so on. We have to learn a lot from religion, the humility of religion, religious people. Only then we can connect with normal people and tell them we have to change the world, and then they would believe us if they're humble enough. We are defeated. All these people here, we are defeated. First of all, we have to acknowledge that. Because nobody asks what to do to us. Nobody asks our opinion anymore, not the rulers of the world and their spin doctors and so on. We are defeated, and in this defeat, there is liberation. We have to be liberated. We shouldn't be afraid of each other. I see this a lot among young people. They're so afraid of each other, to be judged. Am I worthy of talking? Anyway, so this got a little bit out of hand. But what I wanted to say is, it's going to be really horrible in 2 years. No, seriously, it's really going to be horrible. And we're going to enter a time that we will have to prove our existence, our reality, only through each other. Nothing will be real. There will be a reality collapse. And in order to prove that you are you will need a friend. You will need someone to tell you that I love you, and I love him, whatever, her. You will need this. Therefore, love is a serious matter, because it will come to real solidarity to survive together. So let's be humble. Let's truly think about love. And let's truly think if the smirk belongs to us when we talk about love and revolution. And let's believe in ourselves. We can do things better. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ece, for this tour de force. You always succeed to surprise me pleasantly again and again. So
I'm living for that.
Here is love for you. Are there any questions, or should I start? If you have a question, please raise your hand before I start. You can do it slowly while Ece is going away. Or, okay, let me break the ice. You mentioned, and I fully agree, that hope is certainly not a concept which is, a mobilizing or organizing concept. It always reminds me of this famous phrase by Terry Eagleton, who talks about hope without optimism. And it also reminds me of this famous little dialogue between Franz Kafka and Max Brod. When Max Brod asks Franz Kafka, is there hope? And Kafka responds, yeah, there is an infinite amount of hope, but not for us. I mean, it's a typical Kafka, but it also kind of shows that hope is not, it's not a mobilizing concept. So if it's not hope, what other concept or emotion or conviction or whatever is there to bring us together and to fight, if it's not hope?
My answer is something I didn't know when I wrote this, when I said this to our audience, but my answer is similar, actually, to Kafka. There is no hope. There's you and me. Deal with it. This is my answer. And the concept that I replace hope with is faith. Faith is faith in humankind. Faith is obviously, has religious sound, but then we invented faith because we needed to believe. People do not survive impossible situations through hope, because there have been many impossible, hopeless situations they have survived. People survive impossible situations through creating beauty. Between themselves, on their own, through creating beauty. And that beauty here that I'm talking about also, is relation to, sorry, I got confused. Creating beauty is also creating divinity. When we come together to do something, I'm sure many of you have been in a very big political demonstration when people shout together and so on. There is divinity there without the God. So, and we invented that divinity because we need to believe, we need to be part of a bigger thing and so on. So what I propose is faith in humankind, secular faith, secular heart and so on. We have to be, the humility that I'm talking about is this. We shouldn't be afraid of using these things. We shouldn't be afraid of looking stupid. We are in that place where we don't have many choices, so we have to use whatever we can. And if these concepts are monopolized by religion, we have to reclaim them, I think.
Another question, because I don't see any question yet. They will come. Since you touched...
I think I was clear, very clear.
Yeah, they will come. If not, I will just monopolize. But think of the questions. I like the gesture when you touch the hand of James Bridle, so I will pose a James Bridle question. You speak about faith in humankind. What about the non-human species? What about others, animals, plants,
This is so
ecosphere?
Funny. This is so funny. A few days ago, I was in Rome, in this meeting, and Naomi Klein was there, and she asked the exact same question.
Yeah, we didn't
I don't
coordinate.
know if you're emailing.
No.
And then she talked about the word animate. Animate or animate, Kirsty? Animate as a noun. Animate. And I said, yes, of course. But then, since I'm coming from politics, a little bit, I'm talking about politics, I, of course, only think about, or primarily about human beings. But of course, and I told her later that I'm also into inanimate. Is there such a word? Inanimate.
No, there is.
No, there have been many times I, crashed into something and I apologized, from a stove, from a table, and so on. I'm writing about politics, but I come from poetry. Of course, I am into this kind of thinking, this more holistic thinking, and so on. But for the sake of the topic, I think I'll stay with humans, and probably better people, younger people, will expand this faith thing, or faith, understanding of faith, towards inanimates and the inanimate.
Or perhaps ChatGPT will do it.
All right.
Who knows?
Marvelous question, Ece. It was begin like that.
Yes, I see two questions. We broke the ice. Please raise the hand so the person bringing the mic can bring you the mic.
Hello. So I saw your lecture a lot, but I would maybe have two of the questions. And first, it would be how we can what you say, faith in people, and that we say to like each other, I love you, and you are important. How we can make this more concrete? For example, how we can transform this in so concrete, like mutual aid or solidarity. So this would be my question. And the second, what I have maybe through all of the lecture, if we say love, then we say revolution. The next what I think about is violence. because we can love each other, we can everything, but what we do when fascist comes, so how we defend ourselves. So because I think that emotion is not enough. It needs to be somehow so concretized.
What's your name?
In political, Mate. Mate, Mate.
Mate. Oh. Hello, Mate. Marvelous question, Mate. No, seriously, marvelous question. It's good that you said, I was quite abstract because there was no time to get into that.
Yeah, because I think one of the problem for me with the left is that we don't think anymore about violence. So we don't yet thematize this how it was maybe in past. And I don't say I'm not some fighter guy, but it is important question because first what will happen, how I think if we occupy some factory, the police will come. What we do then? And so on. These are my questions.
Thank you.
First of all, there is a practice of radical love in politics, believe it or not, in Turkey, and that is how now imprisoned Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu was elected 2 times, by the way. 2 times isn't like his first election was cancelled by Erdogan, the president, and then he was elected this time with a bigger number of votes. And how he did it, there were a lot of strategy, a lot of publicity, this and that, but at the core of that election campaign stood the concept of radical love. And mind you, this is a country where everybody fucking hates everybody else. It's like we can kill each other, super extreme polarization, although I don't like this word, but anyway. So what he did was to separate the voters from the leader. This is important, and his message was, we are together against him. This doesn't, suit you. This guy is not good, you're better than him. I love you, come, and I'm not going to be vengeful. So we're going to do this together against him. So this is a good strategy. Actually, you're sending radical love message. You are not really compromising anything. You are just reminding people that they are actually more beautiful than this. This is why I talked about beauty as well. Second question, I think this is more or less the answer to your question, because of course when you're attacked you cannot love, although there's pacifism and non-violence, tradition of non-violence, but I don't want to get there, but I think the first question was more important because it gives us a practical sense of what is love in politics. This is it. You just remind people that they are beautiful. And this is the way to fight against neoliberalism as well. You just remind people that they are morally more beautiful. They don't deserve to suffer being so ugly. This is, of course, the very, very rough bottom line of it. You can say millions of things out of this, but this is the main idea, I think. This should be the main idea.
Thanks. Immediately, another question there, yep.
Yeah, hello, my name is Alexander. Until now, I never had kind of negative thoughts about hope. But
thanks to me, now you do.
Pardon?
Thanks to me, now you do.
Yeah, great. And it's, no, because I'm thinking of the Bible about Glaube, Liebe, Hoffnung. This is faith, love, and hope. Am I right? Glaube. And because of hope. Also kind of for me, they are in one connection, kind of equal in a way. But it's interesting, hope is always about future, in a way. And and I think, of course, we have to really live in the present. And from this point of view, I would like to ask you about hope and future, what you're thinking about.
I'm writing a book every afternoon, so I just finished a new book, and I wanted to explore this. You don't have to stand, please sit down. What's your name, though? Alexander. Hi, Alexander. This is the first time that humanity is mourning in future tense. We always mourn for the things we lost, but now we are mourning for those things we will lose. Every beautiful thing, when we look at them, sea, tree, even children, flowers, whatever, we immediately almost think about that they won't be there. This is the first time that we are mourning in future tense. So future, in that sense, our understanding of future is so dark, to say the least. I am interested in now, and now is a eternity. It's endless. Now is endless. There's always time in now. Future is so diminished. It's almost 3 days now, future. So I always want to talk about now. Because really, when you look at the future, it's not easy not to be paralyzed with fear. Only now can give you faith or hope, if you will, if you really want to use that word.
I see a question in the first row. Maybe we just move here, and then I saw a question there. And if there is a question on the left side, right? Okay. Yeah, first here. Stop.
My name is Kirsty. I came of age in Margaret Thatcher's Britain, and I remember very, very well, as a young person, Thatcher's words, there is no such thing as society. There is only the individual. There is only self-interest. There is no such thing as selflessness. And so I think you're absolutely right that we are living through the culmination of that neoliberal experiment, that all our relationships are seen as transactional within that, and Trump is the ultimate expression of that. So I wanted to just spool back to the first question you had about how we fight that with small acts of kindness on a daily basis that may seem insignificant, but I think in the current atmosphere, current climate, they are small acts of rebellion, if you like. Because I think one of the, to go back to hope, I think we do all feel a bit hopeless. And that through doing things for, and now I feel slightly embarrassed as I say this, but through doing things for other people, through small acts of kindness, if we all did it, we all did something good for our community, we all gave back in some tiny way, even if it's just, I don't know, planting a few flowers outside your apartment block or whatever, or helping the old lady next door, or et cetera, et cetera. I think it would make a difference. And just finally, I wanted to just, sorry, it's not so much a question as a reflection, but I think one of the problems also with the existence of social media is that we somehow feel that we can virtue signal on social media, and that's our act of rebellion. Mm-hmm. Just like, oh, I'll put something online saying I'm really angry. Actually, it's pointless, isn't it? Because it's not in the real world.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Kirsty. Many people think that change will come through big, massive social, political movements, but sometimes I think that it will be happening in the individual, rejecting to be the individual that neoliberalism defines it to be. Like, no, I'm not selfish. No, I'm not self-centered. No, I'm not that bastard. I'm a good person, and so on. This is important. Of course, there'll be political, we need political movements and social movements and so on. But then I think the main, the heart of neoliberalism will be broken when individual rejects to be that individual. On the other hand, being good to people, your words about that remind me all the things that I've seen. I was in Tahrir, I was in Tunis, I was in Porto Alegre, World Social Forum 2001, Argentina when crisis was happening, Piquetero movement was happening, assemblies were invented and so on. And then I was during Gezi uprising in Turkey. So I saw many uprisings. I was a journalist, by the way, like, you know, writing about these things. One thing which was identical in every one of these incidents, in every one of these big events, was that people literally overnight decided to be good people. Like, it is not easy to talk about this because it's a slippery terrain, but literally they wanted to be good people and they decided and they performed it. It was a wave of goodness. I remember walking from Beşiktaş to Taksim. This is like 7 kilometers because I couldn't go by car anymore. There was this big demonstration during Gezi uprising. And I saw a parking guy, you know, in a parking lot. And I said, there is no parking space. And he said, yeah, there is no. And I said, okay, take my keys. I'll take my car from you tomorrow. People were doing these things, like radical trust, radical kindness, radical tenderness, radical love. They were doing it and they were creating the divine. So when somebody says, let's be good to people, we should take it as a political statement, as a very, very strong political statement, because there were many people who were dead in Tahrir, in Tunis, in Gezi uprising, several uprisings. But then ask people who attended these protests. Even though they lost friends, they would tell you that they were the best days of their lives. Because they remember, not the political action, not the other things, perhaps them as well, but at the core of it, they remembered how good and beautiful they were, and they were enchanted by that moment of beauty.
Thank you. I think okay, if there is a question there, yeah, this question and that, then on the left, we have two questions, but let's take the questions now first, please. I insist and I will remind you, please, of the questions if needed.
My name is Walter.
Hello.
Hello. Great provocation also, I think, and that's what I take up because I have to come back to the question of hope. Because I'm working for some 40 years in human rights, and I think it's this time now where I see in this long period of working that it's really going back. And I think the question is, to which extent can we keep some sort of hope, and that definitely is also faith in humanity, but keep hope as a mobilizing factor. So the first thing would be that psychology would tell us hope is a mobilizing factor, gives energy. So your statement, I think I would not share on the basis of that. And then there is this wonderful quote by Václav Havel, who, when he was in prison, wrote to his wife and said, you know, being here now, we simply don't know what it means, really. But hope is something different from optimism. It's not the conviction that something turns out well, but the certainty that something makes sense regardless of how it turns out. And I think I find this quote powerful for my work because it's feeling, you know, the human rights question, upholding dignity, upholding these basic rules of the road in terrible times is important and gives us such a strength. And I say again, hope to continue with that. And I think that's what we need thoroughly. And there's a whole development in human rights movement that tries to see what is hope-based communication so that we don't only communicate the violations, the catastrophes that are happening, but also the achievements that then give this perspective of another world that is possible. And we need to portray that in order to mobilize this power of, again, hope. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for this.
Did you notice that all speakers keep ignoring my, but it doesn't matter. I just asked, we should take more questions, but you will forget it so you can immediately respond. Yes.
Not forget it, I just want to say it now.
Please.
Sorry. The thing is, Okay, now I forgot what I was saying. I take those people who are working on the ground, doing the actual work, more seriously than any thinker or intellectual. Let me tell you that. So when you tell me this is very important to me. Because you said that you were working for human rights. But what I try to bring forth with the concept of faith is actually trying to show the opposite. You lost faith in yourself, and it's not because of you. It was imposed on you. And now here you are asking for hope from me, from people who look like they know better. So this is what I'm against. But hope still is a fragile word. I'm going to tell a very short story. During Holocaust, somebody I know told me this story. It's about a story of her grandfather and grandmother. Her grandfather fell in love with a girl in the concentration camp. So there was nothing. So he put this rotten, tiny cabbage on a stick and gave it to the girl, like a rose. So the girl fell in love with him. So they got married, So what is it there? What's happening there? Is it hope that creates this resilience to survive? Or is it the determination to create beauty, which is the actual reason that we have to have faith in human beings? How do you survive impossible, hopeless conditions? I think it's not through hope, it's through the determination, inherent determination in human being to create beauty. And this is my reason to believe in human beings. And it's, by the way, it's a moral stance. It's not I'm not convinced that I have to have faith in people. It's a moral resistance, so to speak, against neoliberalism, against today's cynicism and so on. But of course you're right. When you say that something is hopeless, people hardly try to do something. It makes your job harder, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Ece, as well. And now we'll try to get 2 questions, one after the other. if we succeed, you have another one. Okay, please.
Anyhow, I'm not sure if I can address my question, but a few things you said touched me a lot. And I'm often thinking of the responsibility towards the other, and that there is actually no other way than caring and being responsible for the other. And I'm often thinking of Levinas, and I was just curious how you think about responsibility towards each other also in a humanistic, materialistic way. And if this is also something, because I did not read your work, to be honest, but I was just curious about your thoughts on this topic.
Thank you. And while the mic travels to the other person, I can just remind you, you can buy books there, read Ece's work and others' works as well, and support independent publishers, whatever they are. Please.
Hello, Attila. Thank you. Very liked it very much. I go to the question. I wonder what is the difference between the kind of love that you talk about here and that it is very convincing, and the kind of love that a Hollywood movie or a mainstream song tells us about.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Responsibility, rights and responsibility, this is a very dangerous topic, but I think that because of the things Kirsty said, like there is no society, there are individuals. From that perspective, if we want to kind of push the narrative, push the system towards something more humane, yes, we have to think about responsibility more than rights. But then when you take responsibility to its extreme, we also end up in fascism and so on, totalitarianism. But then I think we are today in a place globally as humanity that it is okay if we push politics, push narrative, push our understanding of human beings a little bit towards responsibility. We have this, we have been told this weird thing about humans. That we, you know, this social Darwinism kind of thing, you know, we want to survive. If we want to survive, we kill the others, blah, blah, blah. It's not like that. Humans are not like that, actually. This was a big lie. Humans actually always are willing to sacrifice themselves for a meaning. So that responsibility, of course, should serve a meaning. We have to think, you know, I think we have to think more about what is human. In more simpler terms, not like super complicated, sophisticated philosophical terms, but in simpler terms. And I say, for instance, now, that no, humans are inherently willing to sacrifice themselves for others once there is a meaning to it. Then responsibility becomes, I think, more understandable, more concrete in that context. See, I forgot the second question.
I know the second question. What's the difference between
Hollywood.
love, what you're talking about, and Hollywood and the imaginary of Hollywood love? I think something like that.
You know, I was a little bit lost when I was doing my speech. When I touched James, I got a little bit excited. So I was confused. But I wanted to say, was about self-worth. Is very connected to your question. We have to, you know, we're entering an era that we're going to be only proofs of each other's reality, real existence. So we are going to change from our market value to real worth. I think the love I'm talking about is the love that makes you worthy, makes you feel like you have a self-worth. The other kinds of love is about, that the other love, this Hollywood love, let's call it, follows the same measurements, same mechanism of determining your value. Whereas the love I'm talking about is making everybody feel like they are worth something. I'm almost entering the realm of religion, religious, theological, religious narrative. Because as my dear friend Srečko here told in the break, that after all, it was Jesus' revolution that held 2,000 years. So we have to learn a little bit from that and put it in political discourse. This is not an absolutely original thought, by the way. Muslims did it in, political Islam did it when political Islam was a little bit more clean in 1960s during the Third World Movement. Latin Americans do it through liberation theology. What I'm proposing is to do it in Europe together with the ecologists, with the Leninists, with whatever you can think of in the new movements and so on. So that is what is different. And it reminds you of the joy of dignity, that the love that I am talking about, I think. Yep.
Thanks so much, and thank you all.
Thank you. You've been wonderful, all of you. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Srečko.
Yeah, so there is no break, and we can immediately start with the last lecture, which I will not announce, but you will soon see it on the screen. I was in love. I had a romance in the ghetto, perhaps the most significant romance imaginable. One that gave me so much I can't fully grasp it. It was simultaneously ordinary, normal, and completely insane. You walk down the street and someone collapses and dies. And you keep walking, heading to your first meeting with your boy, as if it's the most normal thing. There are no screams, no shouts, no running home to declare the world is falling apart. Instead, you walk, you kiss, you desire him, and he desires you, as naturally as nature intended for two people living in a comfortable home, enjoying good food within the confines of a bourgeois system. This is how the Jewish Holocaust survivor Aviva Unger described her emotion and experiences of the Warsaw Ghetto in spring 1941. She was only 15 years old and living and loving at the end of the world, quite literally. Almost 500,000 of Jews were imprisoned in the Warsaw Ghetto in an area which was a bit larger than 3 square kilometers, if you can imagine that. There was a wall around it and a barbed wire, and the first plan was to eradicate the population by starvation and diseases. Around 100,000 residents of the Warsaw Ghetto already died by starvation and various diseases before the mass deportation started in 1942 with the final solution. Around 260,000 ghetto residents were sent to Treblinka concentration camp, where they died. 42,000 to Majdanek. Most of the images you see above me of people are the images from the Warsaw Ghetto, 41, 42, of people who didn't survive. Since almost no one survived, except the quotes I will mention at the start of my lecture. In 1943, the largest single revolt by Jews during the Second World War happened, the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. But how did love look like in the Warsaw Ghetto, at a quite literal end of the world where almost 500,000 of people were gathered and concentrated in an area a bit more than 3 square kilometers? Another description of love under extreme conditions comes from Marcel Reich-Ranitzky, who survived the Warsaw Ghetto and later became famous as one of the leading contemporary literary critics of Germany, even called Literaturpapst. This is his quote about love at the end of the world in the Warsaw Ghetto. The Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto were tormented. They experienced terrible things. But from time to time, they also experienced fine and wonderful things. They suffered, but they also loved, except that love then was of a particular kind. A Viennese woman in a Schnitzler story says somewhere, "Come, stay with me. Who knows if I will be still alive tomorrow?" Love inside the ghetto was clouded every day and every hour by the question of whether one will still be alive the following day. It was restless and quick, impatient and hasty. It was love at the time of starvation and typhus, at a time of terrible fear and deep humiliation. The quote goes on. People, especially the young, got together seeking protection and shelter from one another and also help. They were grateful for a few hours or even just a few minutes of happiness. However, it was not the transience of love that worried the lovers in the ghetto, but the constant, ceaseless German threat. At any moment, even the most sublime soldiers might suddenly come battering at the door with their rifle butts or even breaking it down. One was always afraid that they might brutally burst in the room. If all went well, we had 1 hour or two together. Marcel Reich-Ranitzky knew very well what he was talking about, since he married his girlfriend Teofilia Ortosia in the Warsaw Ghetto in July 1942. In February 1943, the couple escaped the ghetto and spent the next 7 decades together. I mean, if there is a proof about the radicality of love, this is it. How did they live and love in the ghetto? So both of them were around 20 years old. Both of them loved poetry, both Polish poetry and German poetry. And it was love that made them stronger. Reich-Ranitzky would even say, quote, "Love was the narcotic with which we numb our fear of the Germans." Another recollection of love at the literal end of the world, that's why exactly I started from the Warsaw Ghetto, comes from Marek Edelman. I think the name might be familiar to people from Poland. I think it should be familiar to everyone. He was a Jewish-Polish activist who was the last surviving leader of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. In 1942, he co-founded the underground Jewish combat organization, and in 1943, he became the leader of the Warsaw Ghetto. After the war, Edelman became a very well-known cardiologist, fighting both anti-Semitism and Zionism. In the 1990s, when almost no one in Europe talked about the genocide which was happening in Bosnia, he was one of the, in a city, Sarajevo, 1 hour flight away from Vienna, which was occupied under siege for 4 years, and you had Srebrenica. I don't have to explain further. Europe, similar to today's situation in relation to Palestine, didn't do much. At that time, Marek Edelman, the leader of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, condemned the international indifference, calling it a disgrace for Europe and, quote, a delayed victory by Hitler, a victory from grave. In his old age, Marek Edelman spoke in defense of the Palestinian people, as he felt that the Jewish self-defense for which he had fought was in danger of turning into oppression. Today, we can see that he was right. Just before his death, he turned to the topic of love and posed this seemingly simple question. Why does nobody ask if there was love in the ghetto? Why is nobody interested in it? Love made people last. His response was the following one. Within the hell of the ghetto, love and beauty, to relate to Ece's talk before, were present too. In fact, love, according to Edelman, became one of the most important values, often more important than life itself. I have called my today's talk Love at the End of the World, not as a metaphor, but as an invitation to you to think together with me such a difficult topic as love under extreme conditions. I mean, falling in love as such is already an extreme condition. Someone posed a question about violence. Falling in love can be a very violent event which completely deconstructs the very foundations you have built your life or convictions and so on. So in that sense, there is also a relation with that. But I'm not talking about falling in love. And I'm also not talking about love at the end of the world as a metaphor. To quote again the quote I already mentioned, one part of it, love inside the ghetto was clouded every day and every hour by the question of whether one will still be alive the following day. Who of us here in the room can say the same? Yes, we can all be knocked down by a driver of a laundry van while walking home after a lecture like Roland Barthes was in February 1980, and then he later died. You can also have a very bad breakup and feel it's the end of the world. Many of us here have been in that situation, and at one point in our lives we felt as if it was the literal end of the world because of a bad breakup. And now, in retrospective, we can actually feel happy about it because we had the luck to fall in love, at least, which some people don't have. And it was the end of some world, of my world, your world, our world, but not the end of almost a whole population, like in the case of the Jews in the 20th century or the Palestinians in the 21st century, and not just the Palestinians. So what I'm talking about here is obviously not romantic love. When we talk about the love and the end of the world, of course it can include romantic love, but we are here talking about love under the cloud of the question of whether one would still be alive the following day, or if the world itself, the world as we knew it, will be alive. So how does love at the end of the world look like? We started from the Warsaw Ghetto in medias res at the end of the world, to show that love does exist at the end of the world. And not only does it exist, but there is something we could call even revolutionary love. Revolutionary love in the most dire conditions, such as the Warsaw Ghetto. This is how Marek Edelman described the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. We knew perfectly well that we had no chance of winning. We fought simply not to allow the Germans alone to pick the time and place of our deaths. We knew we were going to die, just like all others who were sent to Treblinka. But their death was far more heroic. We didn't know how, when we would take a bullet. They had to deal with certain death, stripped naked in a gas chamber, of standing at the edge of a mass grave, waiting for a bullet in the back of the head. It was easier to die fighting than in a gas chamber. So in order to understand or come closer to understanding of love under extreme conditions, love at the end of the world, because you don't know whether you will be alive in the next few hours, we can look at the Warsaw Ghetto. We can learn and must learn from the Warsaw Ghetto. We can learn from the love within the monstrous crime and love against all odds. We can and must look into the past as well. We can, and thanks to science fiction or our current AI developments, we can also look into the future. But we can and must also look into our present to find love at the end of the world. Yes, speaking about love at the end of the world, we should also be thinking and speaking about love in Palestine. But before we come to the very material reality of our contemporary ends of the world, allow me a bit an abstract digression, which will also bring us into this nice ad about a super luxurious bunker at the end of the world. This digression will be a short philosophical digression which is directly related to these images. I want to mention a name today, a name of a philosophical giant who walked on the streets of Vienna, a name of a philosopher who, at least to my opinion, came to the closest to understand the apocalypse and the end of the world. And the name of this philosopher, as some of you might guess, is Günther Anders. Günther Anders was born as Günther Stern in 1902 in Breslau, and he was the child of the famous child psychologist William and Clara Stern. He was, I mean, it's a fascinating biography, which I will just give you briefly so someone can shoot a Netflix series on it or whatever. I think it should be shot instead of Babylon Berlin, you will see why. So, besides being the child of famous child psychologist, he was the cousin of Walter Benjamin. He saw him in Paris before Walter Benjamin would go to Spain and kill himself, trying to hide from the Nazis. Günther Anders studied in Germany under, the list is very long, the most famous philosophers of the 20th century, Husserl, Max Scheler, Cassirer, Heidegger. He wrote a doctoral thesis against Husserl and turned down a job to become Husserl's secretary. Then he worked as a guide in the Louvre in Paris, traveled to Britain, returned from Britain, and at one seminar of Martin Heidegger, he meets someone who was supposed to be the love of his life. Hannah Arendt, exactly. So he meets Hannah Arendt, but unfortunately Hannah Arendt is in love with a Nazi. So a few years later, they meet randomly at a Maskenball in Berlin, and this is where Babylon Berlin kind of starts. It's 1929, and they fall in love and they marry. And it's also a love story at the end of the world, because both of them were Jewish intellectuals during the times of Hitler and the Holocaust. In a note from 1984, Anders had a beautiful and ironic comment on love in connection to Hannah Arendt. Sorry for my bad German. Gewonnen habe ich Hannah auf dem Ball mit der im Tanzen gemachten Bemerkung, dass Lieben derjenige Akt sei, durch den man etwas a posteriorisches, den zufällig getroffenen anderen, in ein a priori des eigenen Lebens verwandle. Now comes the best moment, I will translate it into English. Bestätigt hat sich diese schöne Formel freilich nicht. And this is actually something what he whispered in the ears of Hannah as they were dancing on a Maskenball. I won Hannah over at a ball with a remark I made while dancing that loving, it's a beautiful definition of love, that loving is the act by which one transforms something a posteriori, something which comes later, the other person one meets by chance, into an a priori of one's life. This beautiful formula, however, has not been confirmed. So after the ball in 1932, everyone, you know, the Frankfurt School and so on, they all think they are completely mad, because what they do is they start a seminar on Hitler's Mein Kampf. And unlike others, they take it seriously. In 1933, after the Reichstag fire, Anders emigrates to Paris. Arendt comes a bit later. They divorce. Both leave to the United States. Arendt remains in the United States, makes an international career thanks to writing in English. And Günther Anders, in 1950, returns to Vienna, where he was writing in Germany, so unfortunately not many people in the world knew about him, which is changing, luckily now. So he lives in Vienna all until 1992, a giant. And Hannah, and it's a love story, that's why I'm telling this digression. They met only 2 times more. after he left to Vienna. In 1961 in Munich during Arendt's Europe tour, and in 1975, which was Arendt's last visit to Heidegger. She died that year, and Heidegger died next year, which is kind of symbolic. And as I said, Anders would live until 1992, and you can still visit him, or, well, what is left of his corpse, at the Hernalser Friedhof in Vienna. So why am I mentioning, this was just a little introduction, why am I mentioning Günther Anders? Because he came the closest to understand what is actually the end of the world. He was the one who witnessed, as a Jew, both the Holocaust and Hiroshima. But unlike many other philosophers, with a few exceptions, Hans Jonas Bloch, but not that radical in understanding the nuclear age as Anders, he was one of the rare ones to really understand the nuclear age, and the one to make a connection between the Holocaust and the nuclear age. So for Günther Anders, the 6th of August 1945 was the year zero. Why? Because we have done something that we can't unlearn anymore, namely perfecting technology, the atom bomb, in such a way that it can be used for mass destruction and mass killing. It is precisely in today's times, when everyone speaks about tactical nuclear weapons, where we can see the conflict between Pakistan and India, two nuclear superpowers, the recent conflict and war between Israel and Iran, again, nuclear superpowers, that the relevance of Günther Anders is rising as the atom philosopher, the nuclear philosopher. In his first letter to Claude Ederle, I don't know how much this name is familiar to you, he was known as the Hiroshima bomber. So that was an American pilot in the first plane before Enola Gay. Enola Gay, it's not the famous song Enola Gay. It's not a love song at all. It's about the atom bomb. So before Enola Gay dropped the atom bomb on Hiroshima, there was a plane which was checking the weather, whether the weather is okay. And the pilot was called Claude Ederle. But unlike Eichmann or the others, he was a counter-Eichmann who actually felt sad, and he understood that he was complicit, although he didn't drop the bomb. So in his first letter to Claude Ederle, Anders articulates the point that he developed further in his magnum opus, The Obsolescence of Humanity. The problem is for Anders the technification of our being. Quote, the fact that today it is possible that unknowingly and indirectly, like screws in a machine, we can be used in actions, the effects of which are beyond the horizon of our eyes and imagination, and of which, could we imagine them, we could not approve. This fact has changed the very foundations of our moral existence. Thus, we can become guiltlessly guilty, is the phrase which Anders uses, a condition which had not existed in technically less advanced times of our fathers and mothers. And Günther Anders also develops, this is just a spoiler for what will come later, which is the Paris Commune. Let's try to see how we will connect it to Günther Anders. Günther Anders also developed a very sophisticated eschatology. In an essay from 1959 called Endzeit und Zeitende, the end times and the end of time, he says the following. In the time of the end means we live in an epoch whose end we can evoke on a daily basis. So that was written in 1959. And permanently means that whatever time remains for us remains the time of the end, because it cannot be replaced by another time, but only by the end. It's possible that we will manage, we no longer have the right to hope for better luck, to delay the end, to win the fight against the end of time again and again, that is to say, to make the end times endless. But even if we succeed in doing so, the time will still be the same, namely the end times. For only today would be granted, never tomorrow. And not even today nor yesterday are guaranteed, because they will both collapse alongside the disintegrating tomorrow. And in this context, Günther Anders speaks about something what he calls the naked apocalypse, namely an apocalypse that consists of mere downfall, which doesn't represent the opening of a new positive state of affairs or a kingdom. So instead of a kingdom without apocalypse, we are confronted with an apocalypse without kingdom. And if that still sounds a bit abstract, what is the naked apocalypse? I'm now turning a bit away from the script or the images. This will come, don't worry. I encountered the naked apocalypse a few days ago from where I came from, which is the Adriatic island of Ece. So I was swimming in the sea, trying to avoid jellyfish, because jellyfish is now completely taking over the Adriatic Sea. Why? Because jellyfish as such is a climate refugee, which is also escaping other seas, and it's coming to the Adriatic because it's now the most warming sea. The Mediterranean as such is warming faster than any part of the world. So I'm trying to avoid jellyfish because it's really bad when they touch you, you get fully red, and it's quite annoying. What I see is a super yacht anchored in Komija, the little fisherman's place where I live half of the year. And I see a helicopter on it and a lot of toys, speedboats and so on. And someone tells me, yeah, but you know, what is this? This is not actually the super yacht. The real super yacht is anchored a bit further. This is just the yacht for the toys of Jeff Bezos. So what happened to me, and this is the naked apocalypse. I mean, no one was naked. Maybe Jeff Bezos and what's the name? Laurent, whatever, I don't know, Sanchez, his wife. So what you had there is the naked apocalypse. You had two super yachts, you had Koru, $500 million worth yacht, and you had another yacht. At the same time, you have the climate crisis. At the same time, there was a pro-Palestinian protest going on in a small fisherman's village, which was quite annoying for the people who were drinking coffee and swimming and wanting to have their summer vacation. So you have all of this together. Why is it a naked apocalypse? Because it's naked. Again, maybe Jeff Bezos is naked, I haven't seen him, but it was the closest I was ever to the third richest guy in the world. You know, it was maybe 500 meters away. So, what is the naked apocalypse? While I was swimming in the same sea as Bezos a few days ago, there was or wasn't some love going on one of those super yachts anchored in the front of my fisherman's village. Meanwhile, probably at the same time, Sea-Watch was rescuing refugees from the same sea, fleeing wars in which our European governments are involved. 2 or 3 weeks before, in the same sea, in the Mediterranean Sea, Greta Thunberg, another activist, used another boat, much smaller boat. I think it's some 15, 20 meters. Bezos, just as a comparison, I'm into super yachts recently, also smaller boats towards Gaza. Bezos is 120-something meters long. It's one of the most, the longest sailing super yachts. It's not just a super yacht, it's a sailing boat. So at the same time, in the same sea, activists were going towards Gaza, trying to break the blockade of Gaza. In the same sea is overheating due to climate crisis and rising sea levels, loss of biodiversity. So the sea is both a graveyard and a place of love. And there he was, 500 or 1,000 meters away. I could even swim to him, to one of the richest persons on earth. So what is to be done in that situation? Swim to the super yacht of Jeff Bezos and say, hey, look, I think that we could use your, at least the smaller super yacht with the helicopters and so on, to drive towards Gaza. Or we could just sell your bigger yacht and donate it to people who need it today. Or should we go the Andreas Malm kind of blow-up thing and so on? But that's also not kind of possible, because one of my friends suggested that we should maybe just drive a drone towards the Bezos super yacht and see what happens. And I say, come on, this is a bit, I Google and I see what's happening now. All these super yachts already have anti-drone systems, which cost like from $4 million and more. So they're already there. And it's also very interesting. This is not a lecture on super yachts, but it shows that they have their own sovereignty. You know, they have a bigger sovereignty than the state itself. They can even defend themselves. So this is in a way a naked apocalypse, in the sense that everything is quite blunt. And there is no kingdom to come. The only kingdom to come is the rich people on super yachts or in the nuclear shelters. And here we come to love. Again, I really liked the paraphrase Shada gave in her talk, which was a paraphrase of Bertolt Brecht. What kind of times are these when to talk about love is almost a crime, because it implies silence about so many horrors? And I would say, not speaking of trees, which is the original quote by Brecht, or love would actually be a crime. Or, as one of the greatest Palestinian poets, Mahmoud Darwish, said, if I write love poems, I resist the conditions that don't allow me to write love poems. The following is also from the Palestinian poet. She says, when are we going to meet? I say, after a year and a war. She says, when does the war end? I say, the time we meet. So can love end the war? Don't worry, I'm not a hippie. Or to quote Cartman from South Park, goddamn hippies. So I don't think that love can stop the war. Nor do I think that love or lovemaking can stop the wars. Often you can hear if just those bastards in power who are leading wars, including our European governments, would be making more love or would care about love, we would probably have less wars. Do you really believe in that? I don't. Bezos and Lorraine, whatever the name of her is, might have been doing love near me on the island. Elon Musk certainly loves his children, except the transgender one. And I don't know, maybe Putin or Netanyahu have great sex, although I doubt, and love their family, but I don't give a damn. They are still bastards. The question today, in times of climate crisis and total war, nuclear threat, rapid AI developments and algorithmic control, the question is how to reclaim the subversive, radical and revolutionary power of love, not the love for the particular, for the same, the kind of selfish love, but some sort of universal love. A love for the other, a love for difference. And luckily, as you can see here, I mean, that's poor Lenin being disassembled, which says a lot about the revolution, and actually that was shot much before Ukraine, and you know that the war in Ukraine also started by taking down hundreds of statues of Lenin. But to understand the revolutionary and the revolutionary subversive power of love, we are not at the start. There is a long and exciting tradition of thought and praxis to be built on. So I will just mention a few that can help us understand what revolutionary love at the end of the world could mean. The first one is the Paris Commune. You have seen it already, which was a Russian old movie from 29, I think. So the first one I will talk about as an example, which I think can be useful today, is the Paris Commune. Then, of course, we could and should, but there will be no time, talk about the anarchist tradition from Élisée Reclus to Peter Kropotkin, who developed the concepts of mutual aid and broadened the understanding of love. But we will have to skip that in order to come to the October Revolution. We could also and should speak about 68 and the libidinal revolution of 68 and the commodification of capitalism, which happened later, but I'll also have to skip it. And at the end, I will not skip it because you will see it's very romantic and very inspiring. We will speak about Che Guevara. So, what can the Paris Commune, the October Revolution, and Che Guevara teach us on love, or more precisely, revolutionary love at the end of the world? Let's first talk about the Paris Commune, which, as you know, happened in 1871. It lasted only 72 days, when the social, economic, but also love life of Paris was deeply transformed. Karl Marx famously said that the biggest importance of the Paris Commune were not its ideals, but its own, quote, working life. In other words, the communards didn't have a fully developed program for future society. The Commune was rather a laboratory of political innovations and improvisations that were tested out in the here and now of 1871. Paris, and that's important to claim, to say, the Paris under the Commune didn't have the aspiration to become the capital of the new French Republic. Rather, it was an autonomous collective of the Universal Federation of Peoples. That's how they understood themselves. It was both against and beyond the nation state or any state and the market on the other side. Recently, one of the best books on the Paris Commune were written by Kristin Ross, a professor emeritus of comparative literature from the United States, who wrote two beautiful books. One is called Communal Luxury, and the other one is Communal Form. And I'm drawing on her work here. Because what Kristin Ross does is something new, in the sense that she says that only after 1989, after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the Iron Curtain, it's possible to speak of the Paris Commune neither as a victory of the Third Republic of the nation state, neither as a Bolshevik failure or a continuation of the Bolsheviks, which is completely false. So she tries to read the Paris Commune also similar to Jacques Rancière, through the words, through the memories of the communards themselves. And it's very interesting because they also speak about beauty, what Ece was talking about. The whole point so the title of her book and the concept she uses is called communal luxury. So what is communal luxury? The idea was actually to beautify the world. So those bastards in Versailles who had their own luxury should finally realize that we, the people, can build our own luxury. And if you ask yourself, what does that mean on the concrete level? And we're here coming slowly to some concepts of love, which I think can be useful today. I had this discussion recently. Some people have been here at Wiener Festwochen. There were two of my friends, part of Rote Armee-Fraktion and Zweite Juni-Bewegung. Karl-Heinz Delvaux, he was 20 years in prison, and Gabriele Rolnik, she was 15 years in prison. And Karl-Heinz Delvaux, during his talk here at the Funkhaus, said, this revolutionary love, this is romantic quatsch. Quatsch, I don't know how, rubbish. And at the end, I asked him, but yeah, Karl-Heinz, do you know who was taking care of the children when the women, not just men, when the women were on the barricades of the Paris Commune? And in the end, I think he agreed with me, because what happened with the Paris Commune is that besides just putting the barricades and trying to defend themselves and trying to survive 72 days, they created parallel institutions at the end of the world, because it was the end of the world. Most of them were massacred after 72 days. So one of the first things, to come back to the beautification, what they did is to create the concept of communal luxury. They had a federation of artists, and the idea was that there is no difference between intellectuals and the people who work with hands, so that even a shoemaker can be an artist, or a dry stone waller can be an artist, and so on. And I find that very inspiring for today's situation, this kind of concept of communal luxury. The other thing was, of course, the feminist revolution. So during the Paris Commune, you had a committee of women, which was founded within the Paris Commune, and it soon became, this committee of women, one of the biggest and most effective organizations of the Commune, consisting of women workers. So what did they do? The committee, in 72 days, so this was not the October Revolution, which we will mention soon. What did they do? They introduced a complete reorganization of women's work and the end of inequality arising from gender. Its activities were directed at the struggle, like taking care of the wounded people, taking care of the kids. Basically, it was I don't know whether you know that fact, it was the Paris Commune, Michel Louis and others, who actually invented nurseries, childcare. I mean, this still exists in France today. It was created during the Paris Commune. So this was already a political invention which has a lot to do with love. Not romantic love, of course, but some other sort of love, revolutionary love. The second thing which they introduced is education, which they called integral education, which meant that there is no difference between those working with hands and those working with heads. So it was a kind of polytechnic formation designed to overcome the division between manual and intellectual labor. One of the most famous partisans of the polytechnic education was Eugène Potier, who was also the author of the famous song International, and he was also one of the workers. So I have to speed up a bit, so we will just come briefly to the October Revolution and to Che Guevara. The October Revolution, it was already mentioned by Shada at the beginning, one of the greatest feminists of the October of the 20th century in the world, of course, was Alexandra Kollontai, who, as Shada reminded us, became the first female minister ever, also first female ambassador ever. She was the one who influenced Lenin to proclaim two laws which from our today's perspective seem very radical, and they almost seem like science fiction. Namely the laws from the 19th of December and the 20th of December 1917. One was the law on the dissolution of marriage, and the other one was on civil marriage and children and civil registration. And both of these laws opened the space for abolishing the inferior position of women under law. It permitted divorce and abortion, allowed women to retain full control over their property and earnings after marriage. if this was only up to Lenin, these laws, I claim that we might perhaps not seen these reforms. The one who was behind these reforms was a woman, Alexandra Kollontai. So, besides that, also she introduced public canteens, social housing, childcare, and advocated the concept of free love. The question, of course, is how did this huge revolutionary love, this huge revolutionary potential vanish? How was it possible that already in June 1934, the state again outlawed abortion and renewed divorce legislation during Stalin? My claim is that it already started to happen with Lenin. I mean, already in the beginning of the 20s, you had a figure who is called Aaron Zalkind. He was a Soviet psychoneurologist who tried to combine the work of Freud, Pavlov, and Marx, what could possibly go wrong, and the leader of something which is called psychohygiene, arguing that the body had been disorganized by capitalism. He claimed that the market economy had given rise to conditions that had sexualized the universe, and that capitalism uses sex as a new opiate for the masses. Now, of course, who here who used Tinder or Grindr wouldn't agree with Aaron Zalkind? And it's interesting that even Wilhelm Reich started from the same thesis but came to a different conclusion. So the conclusion of Aaron Zalkind, since capitalism sexualized the world and everything became sex, and sex can be sold as a commodity, as you can see on Tinder or Grindr these days or in the last years, Zalkind's solution for that was a new morality, a new man is what full revolutionary asceticism. And Lenin already in those years also goes in that direction. I mean, the best embodiment of this tension between love and revolution, energy consumption and energy spending. So instead of spending energy, instead of spending energy on revolution, you spend it on sex, and that was pretty bad from the eyes of the nomenclatura. One anecdote perfectly illustrates and embodies this tension. It comes from Maxim Gorky, and it happened in 1920 at his home in Moscow. So there was this famous Russian Jewish pianist and composer, Isai Dobrovein, and he was playing Beethoven's sonatas. At one point, he started to play Beethoven's Appassionata. And Lenin famously remarked, I'm quoting according to Maxim Gorky, "I know nothing that is greater than the Appassionata. I'm ready to listen to it every day. It's amazing, more than human music. I want to say gentle stupidities and stroke the heads of people who living in this dirty hell can create such beauty. But today, you must not stroke the head of anyone, they will bite your hand. It is necessary to beat them over the head, beat without mercy, even though in our ideal, we are against the use of force against the people. Duty is hellishly hard," says Lenin. And what if this passage reveals Lenin's secret, namely his fear of love? What if the Appassionata stands not only for the terrible beauty of the music, but for Inessa Arman, the lover of Lenin? A possible proof, Angelika Balabanov, who after a long silence she kept regarding this ticklish subject, observed that Lenin deeply loved music and that Nadezhda Krupskaya, his wife, could not give him this music to him. Inessa played beautifully his beloved Beethoven and other pieces. If you take into account that the year when Lenin visited Gorky was also the same year when Inessa Arman died, is it so difficult to imagine a completely devastated and depressed man who was desperate to hear his beloved Appassionata again, which Inessa Arman probably played to him, although his beloved mistress is not playing it anymore and never will? As Balabanov recalls, when Inessa died, he begged her, Balabanov, to speak at the funeral because he was utterly broken by her death. At the last moment, it was no one else but Alexandra Kollontai who arrived and delivered a moving address, while Lenin, quote, was plunged in the despair, his cap down over his eyes. Small as he was, he seemed to shrink and grow smaller. He looked pitiful and broken in spirit. Alexandra Kollontai herself recalls, when her body of Inessa Arman was brought and we accompanied her to the cemetery, Lenin was unrecognizable. He walked with closed eyes. At every moment, we thought he would collapse. He was not able to go on living after Inessa Arman. Unfortunately, we don't have much time here to go in a deeper discussion on Lenin and his very deep discussions, on the one hand with Clara Zetkin and on the other hand with Alexandra Kollontai, which all revolved around the concept of free love and the glass water theory. But what is certain, what we can see from this little episode, is this tension between revolution and love. And to come to the last chapter of my talk, if there was ever one good example and one very an example which can give us lessons for today of this tension between love and revolution, is the case of Che Guevara and his wife Aleida Guevara. What we encounter in Lenin's Appassionata dilemma is something that will haunt another great revolutionary many years later. Namely, in his message to the Tricontinental from 1967, Ernesto Che Guevara made the famous or infamous remark, quote, "Hatred as an element of struggle, a relentless hatred of the enemy, impelling us over and beyond the natural limitations that man is here to and transforming him into an effective, violent, selective, and cold-killing machine. Our soldiers must be thus. A people without hatred cannot vanquish a brutal enemy." So that's one part of Che Guevara. How are we to evaluate this controversial statement if we compare it to the equally famous and seemingly contradictory paragraph from his Socialism and Man in Cuba, which was written only 2 years before, in 1965, during Che's visit and struggle in Africa, more concretely in Congo. Here is the quote, and now just compare it to the previous quote. "At the risk of seeming ridiculous, let me say that the true revolutionary is guided by great feelings of love. It is impossible to think of a genuine revolutionary lacking this quality. Perhaps it is one of the great dramas of the leader that he or she must combine a passionate spirit with a cold intelligence and make painful decisions without flinching. Our vanguard revolutionaries must idealize this love of the people, of most sacred causes, and make it one and indivisible. They cannot descend with small doses of daily affection to the level where ordinary people put their love into practice." So on the one hand, what you can see is that Che Guevara is passionately preaching hatred as the crucial fuel of struggle, envisioning revolutionaries as cold killing machines. But on the other hand, there stands a man who is at the risk of sounding ridiculous, teaching that a revolutionary has to be guided by a great feeling of love. So how are we to reconcile these two apparently opposite positions, which are present both in Che Guevara and Lenin? The lesson of revolutionary love, at the end of the world if you want, would then be the following one. We should not think, also coming back to the discussion we had with Nikolai Schulz, and he agrees on that, we should not think in categories either or, either love or revolution. It would be a mistake to perceive Che Guevara's love-hatred dilemma as a disjunction or contradiction. We have to reach the point, that's my point, where we can understand it as an and/or situation. Yes, it's possible to love and/or hate at the same time. Love and hate are not necessarily the opposites. Actually, the opposite, as Renata Salecl family said, to love is indifference and not hate, which everyone knows. If you had a teenage breakup, as long as you hate the one who left you, you're still in love. But once you become indifferent, then you're healed. So they are not two sides of the same coin. Aleida Guevara, the eldest, same name as his wife, the eldest daughter of 4 children born to Che Guevara, gives a dialectical twist. My father knew how to love, and that was the most beautiful feature of him. His capacity to love. To be a proper revolutionary, you have to be a romantic. In other words, revolution can and must be grounded in love. When in Socialism and Man in Cuba, just after he said that the true revolutionary is guided by great feelings of love, Che warns that the leaders of the revolution have children just beginning to talk, who are not learning to say daddy, and that their wives must be part of the general sacrifice of their lives in order to take the revolution to its destiny. Aleida knows very well, the daughter, what he is talking about. Namely, when Che Guevara left Cuba to foment the revolution in Cuba, in Congo, where the quote comes from, she was only 4 years old. And when he was executed in Bolivia, she was only 6 years old. When we met, me and the daughter of Che Guevara in Zagreb at the Subversive Festival in May 2013, 12 years ago, I had the opportunity to ask her, Aleida, how often did she see her father? And she answered that it was very rare, and when he came to visit the family, it was always incognito, in the disguise of a father's friend, so the children would not call him daddy or papa and reveal his true identity. In this context, it becomes clear that Che is actually writing about himself when he is speaking about the leaders of the revolution who have children not learning to say daddy. And it's a historical cruelty that the code for Che among the army members who captured and killed him in Bolivia was no other than Papa. So Aleida, the daughter, his children couldn't call him Papa, but the people who died, who killed Che Guevara had the opportunity and the power to call him Papa and Dad. It is as if the love of the father whose children, in order to preserve the revolution, were not allowed to learn to say daddy, was kidnapped by the enemy's hatred who called him Papa. This difficult relationship between children and parents goes in both directions, and I'm slowly coming to an end. Not only that the revolutionary parent, Che Guevara, is deprived from his own love towards his children, he must act as if he has no feelings, constantly suppressing his feelings, but the children, if they are conscious of their, not the father's revolutionary task, have the same relationship towards their own parents as well. Namely, the love has to be sublimated into revolutionary cause, even if the price is never to see the parents again. This difficult task is best revealed in Che's famous farewell letter to his parents in 1965, prior to his secret embarkment to Congo. Quote, "Dear old folks, many will call me an adventurer, and that I am, only one of a different sort, one who risks his skin to prove his truths. It is possible that this may be the end. I don't seek it, but it's within the logical realm of possibilities. If it should be so, I send you a final embrace. I have loved you very much, only I have not known how to express my affection. I am extremely rigid in my actions, and I think that sometimes you did not understand me. It was not easy to understand me. Nevertheless, please believe me today. For you, a big hug from your obstinate and prodigal son, Ernesto." His mother, Celia de la Serna, never had the opportunity to read this letter I have just read you. By the time it arrived in Buenos Aires, she had already died of breast cancer. Although she asked to see him shortly before his departure to Congo, and then later he was killed in Bolivia, Che explained the advanced state of preparations for his trip, and he already made it, and it was already impossible. At the same time, the mother of Che again became to some sort of revolutionary love. She was hiding from Che that she was terminally ill, so that Che could actually go and do his duty in Congo. Che received the news about his mother's death when he was in Congo and described it as the saddest news of the whole world, of the whole war. The day, and I'm talking about this now just to show that we're not just speaking about, romantic love between a couple or many couples, whatever is the fashion today. We should also speak about the love between children and parents, and both sides. So the day he received the news that his mother died, he was in Congo, Che wrote a short story called La Piedra, the stone, referring to the key chain with a stone that his mother had given him a long time ago. At the beginning of his most intimate confession, he wonders whether it was okay to cry a little and comes to the conclusion that the leader cannot have personal feelings. It's not that he is denied the right to have personal feelings, he simply must not show them like his soldier might. And he then asks himself whether one does not cry because one must not or because one cannot, and comes to the following conclusion. Quote by Che, "I don't know, I really don't know. I know only that I feel a physical need for my mother to be here so that I can rest my head in her bony lap. I need to hear her call me her dear old fella, with such tenderness to feel her clumsy hand in my hair, caressing me in strokes like a rag doll, the tenderness streaming from her eyes and voice, the broken channels no longer bearing it to the extremities. Her hands tremble and touch rather than caress, but the tenderness still flows from them. I feel so good, so small, so strong. There is no need to ask her for forgiveness. She understands everything. This is evident in her words, my dear old fella." Once Aleida marched, and I'm just continuing a bit, and then we will finish with this story and with the talk, because now we're going a bit again to the love between Che and his wife. Once Aleida marched, Che Guevara's second wife and the mother of 4 of his 5 children, after 4 decades of chosen silence, decided to publish her memoirs. It is precisely this warm and emotional side of Che Guevara which was revealed. That was like 10 years ago. People didn't know about that side of Che Guevara, but they just perceived him as a killing machine. Besides being a killing machine, really, Che was also a lover, a poet, a husband, and a father of 5 children. Her memoirs cover the days when they first met as fellow guerrillas to the moment when she learned of Che's assassination in Bolivia less than a decade later. And we could even go so far that Che wasn't just a killing machine, but that actually he was a loving machine. So before his trip to Congo, he left his wife an envelope simply addressed only for you, containing tape recordings of him reading some of the poems they had shared in their intimate moments. By leaving the tapes, he wrote that he was leaving the best part of himself. And it was Che reciting their poems, such as Pablo Neruda's Adios, 20 Poemas del Amor, or La Sangre Numerosa. When he went to Congo to follow his revolutionary cause, the couple was once again going through difficult times of separation. However, Che, instead of falling under the influence of pathetic passions, wrote a letter to Aleida that if she comes to join him, she can't come as his little wife, but rather as a fighter. In another letter, he gives the best possible explanation of what revolutionary love could mean. Quote, "A good part of my life has been like that, having to hold back the love I feel for the other considerations. That's why I might be regarded as a mechanical monster. Help me now, Aleida. Be strong and don't create problems that can't be resolved. When we married, you know who I was. You must do your part so that the road is easier. There is still a long road ahead. Love me passionately, but with understanding. My path is laid out and nothing but death will stop me. Don't feel sad for me. Grab hold of life and make the best of it. Some journeys we will be able to take together, and what drives me has nothing to do with a casual thirst for adventures and what that entails. I know that, and so should you." In another letter written in Tanzania in November 28 from 1965, after the struggle in Congo took an unexpected or expected turn from today's position, Che once again expresses this permanent rupture, tension between love and revolution. "You know, I'm a combination of an adventurer and a bourgeois, with a terrible yearning to come home, while at the same time anxious to realize my dreams. When I was in my bureaucratic cave, I dreamed of doing what I have begun to do. Now, and for the rest of my journey, I will dream of you, while the children inevitably grow up. They must have such a strange vision of me, how difficult it will be for them one day to love me like a father and not regard me as some distant monster they are obliged to love. Now that I'm a prisoner with no enemies nearby or injustices in my sights, my need for you is virulent and physiological and cannot always be calmed by Karl Marx or Vladimir Ilyich Lenin." In February 1966, the time has finally come for a secret reunion of the couple. Che was waiting for Aleida in Tanzania, and he transformed into another character she almost didn't recognize. He was clean-shaved, if you ever saw that, not wearing the olive green uniform he always wore in Cuba, and she was disguised as well, wearing a black wig and glasses that made her look much older. They would spend the next month in a single, not particularly comfortable room, and according to Aleida, that was one of the happiest moments they spent together ever. During this time in Tanzania, Che recorded himself reading stories for his children and has written his famous farewell letter to Fidel. The reunion would be the first and last time the two spent considerable time alone. Without their children or bodyguards, it was as if they were finally having their honeymoon they never had. Nevertheless, following the call of revolution, Che soon left for Prague and eventually to Bolivia. In the meantime, Aleida returned to Cuba. A few days later, he sent her a small intimate notebook where in a dark but utterly romantic confession, he contemplates over the past that has come to an end and suggests her the following. "Don't call me because I won't be able to hear you, but I will sense you on sunny days under the renewed caress of bullets. And here we're coming to the end of my talk. It was a roller coaster, I admit, from the Warsaw Ghetto through the atomic bomb to Jeff Bezos, Paris Commune, October Revolution, and then Che Guevara. But what I wanted to show from the last examples is that revolutionary love is not some abstract concept. It's not some hippie bullshit. Revolutionary love is something which was grounded in the centuries, even longer, moments of struggle. We could go further away. I have chosen the Paris Commune. We could go to Spartacus. We could go to the revolution in Haiti and so on. But the Paris Commune, what the Paris Commune showed is that, you know, revolutionary love is not romantic love. Revolutionary love entails building parallel, disobedient institutions, which at that time were science fiction, nurseries, childcare, which seems pretty natural today, of course, until they privatize it in the same way Thatcher was mentioned as well, until they privatize everything. But that's the legacy of the Paris Commune. October Revolution, I mean, look at our countries today, and it's coming to Austria as well. Abortion, divorce, same-gender marriages, and so on. This is becoming part of the distant past. And in 1917, these laws were introduced. And to come to the end, to Che Guevara, what I tried to show is that revolutionary love is not an easy thing. Revolutionary love is a constant tension between the duty you have, the commitment, your convictions, and the love you have either for your parents, for your children, or for your partner. I could have mentioned many, many others. Someone who comes to my mind now, because I was reading him yesterday, I had a little apocalypse. I forgot my computer on the plane, so it arrived only today. So I didn't know what to do with my computer, so I was reading Gramsci. But not, you know, I find it interesting, just a little improvisation, and then I come here to chair myself at the Q&A. You know, I find it interesting that you, Shada, mentioned Bertolt Brecht, and more you can hear, you know, this quote of Bertolt Brecht. And it reminded me of another quote, which 10 years ago was, you could go to every leftist conference, activist gathering, whatever, everyone was quoting Antonio Gramsci. You know, the crisis consists precisely in the fact that the old is dying and the new cannot be born. This is the time of morbid symptoms. Zizek, again, in the same way he did it to Frederick Jameson, took the quote and then changed it into, this is the time of monsters. And now everyone is, please don't quote that, because that's not the original quote of Gramsci. It's not monsters, it's time of morbid symptoms. But what is less famous, and that's the thing I was reading yesterday, and it also brings us to revolutionary love, what is less famous than Gramsci's prison letters, from where this quote comes from. It's also interesting that, you know, we are not anymore in this interregnum. We are not anymore in the time where the old is dying and the new cannot be born yet. The new is born. You call it techno-fascism, you call it techno-feudalism, whatever, I don't care. You call it genocide, mass killings, algorithm deciding whom you will fall in love, algorithms of drones deciding who will be killed, Lavender, the Israeli program, and so on. I don't have to mention that. So we're not in the interregnum anymore, and that's, I think, the reason why Brecht is now coming back. We know we're not in the interregnum, and what do we do then? Do we speak about trees? Do we speak about love? So anyhow, I think we should go back to another book which brings us actually directly to Vienna, which is Antonio Gramsci's pre-prison, not the prison letters, but the pre-prison letters, from 1906 to 1906 to 1926. Why do I find it interesting? Because again, you see the same, very same tension, and it's coming back and back again, like Lenin had and Che Guevara had, the tension between revolution and love. So how did Gramsci end up in Vienna? In 1922, he goes to Moscow as a member of the Comintern. And besides meeting Lenin, he had a much more important meeting in Moscow. He ended up, so first he stayed at the dacha of Clara Zetkin, that for some reason he ended up in a sanatorium. In a sanatorium, he mingles and has a sort of affair with a girl there, but then falls in love with her sister, with a young Russian violinist who was called Julia Schucht or Julia Schucht. they fall in love, they make love, there is an arrest warrant, and the comrades in Moscow say, don't go back to Europe, you will be arrested. But Gramsci has a commitment in the same way, a duty in the same way Che Guevara had when he went to Congo and Bolivia, so he goes to Vienna. He goes to Vienna because it's already too dangerous to go to Mussolini's Italy, and he tries to organize the Communist Party here. The first thing he does when he comes to Vienna, he writes love letters. And it's beautiful in the same way Che's love letters are beautiful, or Rosa Luxemburg ones. He loves love letters and tries to convince his wife. They just married, I think it was just on the eve of his departure to Vienna. They just married. And in one of the first letters, he tries to convince her, come to Vienna, be with me, and so on. But after a few months, there comes a letter from Julia that she is pregnant. So very soon, Gramsci's first son will be born. Gramsci is in Vienna those years, and then in 1925, he travels for the second and last time to Moscow, where he again meets Julia, for the first time meets his first son. Again, they have sex, make love, and so on. How do we know it? Because 9 months later, or a bit longer, he will get a second son. He only met his first son, he never met his second son. Soon after that, in 1926, in 1925, yeah, Julia would arrive to Rome with the first son, but would then leave to Moscow and give birth to the second son. And in 1926, as you know, in November, Antonio Gramsci was arrested. He would be imprisoned in Mussolini's dungeon until 1937. How is it connected to revolutionary life? How is it connected to Che Guevara? You have the same kind of pattern. You know that his sons, who would by 1937, one would be 12, the other would be 14, they never knew for 12 and 14 years that their father was in prison. So they were told by their mother and by others that that Gramsci was doing some revolutionary work. After that, his wife Julia ends up in a sanatorium with epilepsy and with severe mental depression. Basically, the most happiest times of their life were a few months in Rome with their first child, which was the only moment in Gramsci's and Julia's life that they had a semblance of a family life. So this is just a short story that comes out of my lost computer yesterday, but it also shows what kind of sacrifices you have to do because of the revolution. So revolutionary love is not a hippie bullshit, it's not romantic quatsch, rubbish, it's not something which is abstract, but I think it is something from which we can and must learn today, not in the way of these romantic letters I have just read by Che Guevara or stories and so on, but I think more and more we have to learn it from the Paris Commune and the communal form. And when I say communal form and Paris Commune, it's not the past. Look to Kurdistan, what happened in Rojava. Look to the occupations and student movement in Serbia, which for 8 months completely transformed the society with plenums, with general assemblies and so on. I'm talking about this, you know, or to paraphrase Brecht again, you know, who is cooking for Alexander the Great, who was cooking for those people who built the pyramids, and so on and so on. So the question is, who is taking care of our children when we are on the barricades? So in order to speak about revolutionary love, I think what we should talk about is how to construct lasting, resisting, disobedient institutions, parallel institutions that would be in the same way Alexandra Kollontai created it, for instance, but not exactly in the same way, because I think we also have to get rid of the fetishism of the state. So that's maybe something which we could discuss a bit later, and yeah, I stop myself here. And now I will chair myself. I don't know where to sit. If you have any question, it's okay. If you don't, it's also okay. I know you must be tired, but... or I will pose a question to myself. That's also possible. Huh? Yeah? Can you just wait for a mic to come? It's coming.
Oh, thanks a lot, Sabina. Two remarks and one question. The remarks are two moments you mentioned. One moment is a very specific moment, the moment between Hannah Arendt and Günther Anders. Just coming back to the moment of love, because it's Anders is mentioning a Kantian figure to convince her of love, yeah, and that's very specific, but it's also maybe a structural moment. And there is my question: is this also a very specific thing, the attraction of intellectuality in that specific way in the concept of love, and in the concept of love we can think of? Second moment, a very different moment, as you mentioned, Kollontai and the Paris Commune. I find it very interesting that in the women's movement in the 20s of the 19th century, that at the same time there was a self-consciousness of the body, but also the feeling that the body could be a capitalist. Wie heißt es denn? Kapitalistische Ware. It could be sold, yeah? And the two paradox moments went together in the process of emancipation. And I find this very specific, and also want to ask, is this paradox a specific moment of the solidary love, of the future love, of the political love we can think of? And the third thing is a real question. As you mentioned, the Che Guevara and the RAF and the movement of 2nd June. When I'm thinking of the main figures, Enslin, Bader, what they did to Ulrike Meinhof, it was so hard. Or when you read the correspondence between Enslin and Bernhard Vesper, so hard. There I see so much destruction and not any moment of this romantic moment of love Che Guevara has. I see it with Rudi Dutschke and Gretchen very much, and I see another solidary moment in addition to Che Guevara's love to his wife, Monika Ertel, because for her really the moment of love for the revolution and for the revolutionaries was the moment to become a fighter and to become a solidary one, and then also to finally to shoot the murder of Che. Yeah, and that is a real question. These hard paradox. On one hand, you mentioned many moments of real love, personal love, and on the other hand, I see so many destruction in this high political, involved, violent context. Thanks.
Yeah, whoa. Don't know where to start, but I will skip the remarks because each remark will take me half an hour. Although the first one, was the first remark attraction between intellectuals, something like that? Yes? Huh?
Intellectuality as attraction.
Yeah. Okay, I will just give a short comment on that. I mean, that's kind of exists since the ancient Greek philosophical concepts of love. You know, they had agape, they had different eros, different sorts of love, and you already have there this kind of, I mean, whenever Socrates talks to Alcibiade, he doesn't talk to him just because he's attracted to his young body, but he's also attracted to his intellect. In the same way, Hannah Arendt could have been attracted to a guy who was, from my aesthetical but also political standards, pretty non-attractive. Heidegger, not Anders. So I think there is definitely, I mean, that's, of course, you can be very often more attracted to an intellect than a body. If you get both, then you're happy. So I think that there is a long tradition of this attraction between intellectuals, or the intellectual attraction. So that's one sort of love. To come to your comment or question, you know, I have dealt a lot. I also have a book in Croatian, never published in English, on which is called Discourse of Terrorism, where where I engage with the legacy of RAF, but also other terrorisms. They wouldn't call themselves terrorists, neither today, but members of a guerrilla fight, urban guerrilla fight. And I think they're right, because it's not this, you know, if a terrorist state names you a terrorist, then, you know, what are we talking about? I think it's the kind of same Humpty Dumpty lesson, you know, when Alice asked Humpty Dumpty, how can words have so many meanings? You know, Humpty Dumpty responds, the only question is, who is the master? And the master sets the meaning. In the same way, the master calls a freedom fighter a terrorist. You know, there is this old saying, each freedom fighter is a terrorist for someone else, and each terrorist is a freedom fighter for someone else. So in that sense, yeah, it's a question whether to call them terrorists or not, but I fully agree with you. I mean, it's not only that they did bad things to Ulrike Meinhof, it's also Ulrike Meinhof who did, for instance, bad things to her own children. So you can find these kind of paradoxes all over the place. What I find interesting in this whole legacy, so I wouldn't just bring out RAF and the urban guerrilla warfare, which happened in Germany with the Brigata Rossa in Italy and so on and so further. You know, if you put it in a broader context, it's really interesting that none of the directions I will just mention succeeded to overcome this paradox. So if I could improvise, you would have three directions of 68. One direction is, you mentioned him already, Rudi Dutschke. That's the lange Marsch durch die Institutionen, long march through the institutions. Well, in the end, you end up with Joschka Fischer, and then you would end up with today's Greens. I mean, that's the long march through the institutions. Sorry, it's like Joschka Fischer saying when they asked him, you know, do the Greens have a foreign politics? And you know what Joschka Fischer answered, and he's the legacy of Rudi Dutschke. He said, no, we only have German foreign politics. And fast forwards, and yeah, that's what you have. You have a war party. So one direction of 68 was what you again have so many times after. Let's join the electoral representative democratic fight. Then the other direction was obviously the one you mentioned, where I really missed this kind of universal love. I mean, there was love. If you take the second generation of RAF, there was love towards the first generation of the RAF. And I think one of their failures was to mainly focus only on getting them out, Enslin, Bader, Ulrike from Samheim in Stuttgart, without any other, you know. At least the first generation was bombing American embassies to stop the war in Vietnam, but the second generation was just focused on getting the first generation out. So I wouldn't say that they really went deeper into the topic of love. That's also the reason why Karl-Heinz Delvaux here in Vienna would say that he wouldn't talk about love. So it's still there. And the third direction was Kommune 1, or what was the name of that crazy guy here in Austria, who also had a commune, Otto. Exactly, Müll. Yeah. So that was the third one, where you had this, coming back to your second remark, I think, about the body, where maybe or not, I'm not sure if I understood you properly, but the third direction, so first one was Long March, joint electoral politics, second was terrorism, and the third one was communes. But not communes as the Paris commune, but Kommune 1, for instance, where you had a figure like Uschi Obermeier, you had the brother, I think, of Hans Magnus Enzensberger, which apartment they squatted. And in the end, you know how it ended up? It collapsed fully. They started with, yeah, everyone can fuck everyone, there is no private property, and so on. And of course, the male guy in the commune, started to consider when Uschi Obermeier slept with Mick Jagger, then he was jealous. But when she was jealous, then it wasn't okay. I mean, I'm simplifying. Anyhow, I think this kind of third wave or third direction of 68, in the end, ended up in what Eva Illus perhaps could call emotional capitalism or cold intimacies, you know, that emotions became commodified through capitalism. So I would say none of these directions, they all in one way or the other touched upon this topic, but none of them had a good response, I would say. So we should learn from them. There was one question there. Sorry, I could go on and I have to stop myself. I will just give you one more question so that Ece is happy about that, I can see.
Well, in history, people met, you know, when they were 14, 15, fucked, and they had a child or children, and then 15 years later they were dead. That was until the 20th century, when the first time when people lived longer, like normal people. I'm not talking about people like Goethe, who were exceptions, who, in earlier days, who lived till they were in their 80s or 90s. So probably this long kind of relationship when you talk about revolutionary, the children of the revolutionaries and their relationship with their children, is that this long kind of parenthood or relationship with children to where people are living till their 80s and 90s today is unnatural, and maybe one should just have the children because that's your biological need and duty, and then leave them to be on their own. I mean, I have many noisy children, but they all have their own lives. I mean, I don't interfere with them, I just support them, but why should people carry on like this? I think that I'll just finish with a quotation from Marion Gräfin Donhoff, who was the publisher of the Zeit. And she said she went back to Poland when they lost everything, and they had to flee to Germany during the war. And she went back and she found she came from a very rich family, and there was a castle and there was everything. It was all ruined, and there were pigs living there and farmers and everything was kaput. And then she said, well, maybe the highest form of love is to lieben ohne zu besitzen, to love without owning.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful comment. Not really a question, but I agree with the comment because, if you are a parent, and obviously I think you have to be a parent to realize that, then you can really realize the truth of the saying, it needs a village to raise a kid. And I think if you look at either traditional upbringing or historical cases which were different from the capitalist kind of possession, private property, you will see that raising children was a communal thing. I mean, even my grandmother, she had 10 siblings, and it's a general story from ex-Yugoslavia or the Balkans that, at that time, 100 years ago, you had 10 brothers or sisters. All of them together were raising the others, and the village was raising them. It was a communal thing. What you have, and I think it's also connected to private property. I mean, of course, Engels, with whom I don't agree completely, but he had a good point that the origin of the family was a capitalist invention. Or fast forward to Thomas Piketty, I mean, inheritance and the fact that you can inherit so much money is also connected to the family. Or the fact that some Habsburg today marriages another, what's the Kruppen-Thies, whatever was the name, Thies, in Germany, and then they prolong, and they don't prolong their children, they just actually work for the capital to be prolonged in a way. So I think it's a very good question, and I think that leftist movements, progressive, should seriously deal with it. I'm not completely on the page as abolish the family and all this stuff. I would actually try to reclaim some sort of family if you want. Not a conservative family, but this kind of solidarity and love which exists in a family, which of course can also be different in a family. But I think we should definitely deconstruct this privatization. I mean, Kollontai talked about the privatization of the heart, and when I see some people, they do the same to their own children. Their own children are only the mirrors of their failed ambitions, very often. And that's wrong. And if the community would take more part, that's why in the October Revolution, that's why in the Paris Commune they had child care. I mean, that was one of the reasons. And you also get input from different people and you get a different sort of education. So yeah, I think, the left should also not just talk about abolishing the family, but what do we do with our children? I mean, that's a big question. So yeah, I stop here and I give place to one more question. And then I kick myself out of the stage because I'm here alone. So is there another question? If not, I'm happy also not to respond. If there is a question, I'm always happy to respond. There is a question. Yes. And the last one.
Hello. What I wanted to ask is kind of like your sheer amount of knowledge kind of scares me and makes me feel a little bit inferior, and that probably shows more about myself. But I think it's also a little bit sad, but it kind of makes it difficult for me to learn from you, So my question would be, how can I love you?
Yeah, what a question I will have. No, don't stop me yet. I will say when it's the end. And in the end, everything will be okay. As someone said, if it's not okay, it's not the end. No, I'm really sorry to hear that. I don't take it as a compliment. I mean, the only reason why I have some knowledge is that that's what I'm doing. I have the luck to read books, to watch movies. I even had the time to edit this shit and so on, which I needed like a few weeks for that to connect it to the lecture. And yeah, I'm not smarter than you or anyone else. I just have enough time, luxury to read. And actually, I have the luxury not to teach at university. I think that's connected to it as well. I wouldn't, yeah. How do you love me? I don't know, don't love me. Why would you love me? Why would you want to love me?
To learn.
To learn. How you have to love someone in order to learn. I'm not, yeah, that sure.
No, that kind of sounds like really wrong, no?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Maybe
you
I
can
just
also
learned.
learn from...
Maybe I just learned.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry that, yeah, you haven't learned anything from me except bombarding you with depression and melancholy and stuff. I don't have the response to that. I really don't know how. I'm not asking for anyone's love. I mean, yeah, Ece says I'm maybe lovable, whatever. But I'm not asking for love. Actual love can be very, very frightening. So... loving me as well. But I don't know, I suggest we have a drink and then we can try to love each other. That's always easier. Okay, that's it for it. Don't applaud yet. I mean, you applauded already. Just to announce, tomorrow we are continuing at 4. All the speakers will be here. They will also stay a bit here. So if you want to grab a drink, feel free to do it. Tomorrow we are starting by a lecture of Oksana Timofeeva, one of, for me at least, one of the most inspiring thinkers from Russia, who is also a dissident, who wrote several books. One is about solar politics. The most recent one is about Freud's Beastie Boys. After that, I think, I'm not sure whether the order is correct, we will have James Bridle, a brilliant artist, thinker, and soul, who will broaden our scope of imagination and go beyond the human, which I think is very important. And then we have David Wengrow, who also, like many here, changed the topic of his lecture, which you will find out tomorrow. And then we have a conversation with Eva Iluz, and after that, the grand finale, we'll have half an hour, a bit more of a choir of 20, 30 people, most of them immigrants, called Hor 20, Hor. Not a Hor, in Yugoslav we say Hor for choir. Choir 29th of November. So please join us tomorrow, and thanks a lot for the patience and all the questions. Now you can applaud.